Charlie, can you speak?
Hello, hello.
Arron, can you speak?
Hello, hello.
Righty, let's see the audios. Charlie, can you speak?
Hello, hello.
Arron, can you speak? Hello. As per usual, I'm the quietest. Right, you two are fine. I'm a little quiet, so I'm gonna have to go into settings and bump that up a bit. Microphone. Nope, that's privacy settings. There we go. Am I a bit louder now?
You're a lot louder.
Okay, right. Well, we'll very quickly do another audio check, and then we can start. Give it a minute. We are a minute behind. There we go. Am I a bit louder now? Oh, damn.
You're a lot louder.
That is perfect. Right, I'll throw the intro on then. Right, we all ready for the intro?
Good to go.
Yep.
Upon the dawn we rise again, with iron birds above the glen. Our engines roar through morning mist, a symphony that you can't resist. To the skies we proudly soar, wings of steel forevermore. Through the clouds our spirits fly, aviation dreams can't die. Uniformed in finest blue, we chase the winds and skies so true. Our hearts beat with a rhythm strong, under banners where we belong. To the skies we proudly soar, wings of steel forevermore. Through the clouds our spirits fly, aviation dreams can't die. With every dive and every roll, our passion drives and takes control. From battlefield to peaceful skies, we write our tale where eagles rise. To the skies we proudly soar, wings of steel forevermore. Through the clouds our spirits fly, aviation dreams can't die. Uniformed in finest blue, we chase the winds and skies so true. Our hearts beat with a rhythm strong, under banners where we belong. To the skies we proudly soar, wings of steel forevermore. Through the clouds our spirits fly, aviation dreams can't die.
Right, hello and welcome to episode 37 of Wonderland, Back to the Witan. I'm, of course, joined by Charlie.
Hello, hello.
And Arron, welcome back.
Oh, hello. Thank you for having me.
No, the pleasure's ours. So I think we will dive right in with a bit of a light topic one. What do you think of abusing your wife, Arron?
Not advisable. It's not something I would advise anybody to do. Frankly.
See, that's where we differ. So I'll get us to the part where the actual conflict begins. So who here knows who Wings of Redemption is?
I have a rough idea who he is.
Charlie?
Never heard of these people.
Well, Wings of Redemption, Boogie, who is the fat one sat next. Okay, so I understand they're both fat. So the one on the right, that did not help. The one on the right is Wings of Redemption. The one on the left is Boogie. Now, Wings is somewhat respectable, somewhat. Boogie is a kiss ass, right? That's all you need to know so far. But if you can look here, there's the Keemstar. Keemstar. I don't know who that is. I do not know who that is. He's just over there. That's Keemstar.
We have four blokes here, and three of them are obese.
Yes. So when I first watched this, they're not the only ones. In fact, I'm not going to explain. I'm just gonna I'm gonna find the little area, and then we're gonna play it. Oh damn!
You know where it is.
I can't find it. Why can't I find it? Is this it? I should have got a
wings
timestamp.
for picking this place. When it's like, dude, what am I supposed to do? Fly down and scout the place and check out stuff? Like, you know what I mean? I don't have time for that. I gotta do shit.
Here's a mistake that you made. Here's a mistake that you made. A $32,000 mistake. If we did this in April, we could have done this at Lord Rush's place for free with gigabyte internet. But you wanted it faster.
Can we talk about that like build?
You wanted it faster.
We talk about the actual build this man has.
Like, can I state, like, I'm looking at his head here, right? His head looks like the head of that like Jew you pulled up a few months ago.
He does have the sort of Mr. Blobby build.
That's the build I strive for.
He's not shaped like a human being. He's shaped like a bowl. Like.
That's fucked.
I don't know. So we just sabotage the brand, sabotage.
I'm not sabotaging the brand for a lie that you fucking made.
Yeah.
I'm not sabotaging the brand.
You are.
You creating a lie sabotaging the brand.
And you're even calling it a lie. You know?
It's a fucking lie.
You're even
What
calling it a
part
lie.
of it is not a fucking
You're
lie?
calling it a fucking
What
lie.
part of it's not a fucking lie?
It's
Tell
not
me
a
which
lie.
part of it.
It's not a
Look
lie.
right
It was
there.
a setup.
That's not a setup. It's a fucking lie.
Why are you getting loud in my face?
Because I fucking can.
Dude, are you fucking Are you fucking serious? You better stop.
Hey,
you better stop. You better stop. You better.
And they cut the stream, but they brought it back up. They brought it back up, and the second conflict, which is what we're mostly going to talk about, that was just the warm up. That was the build up.
You tell me this get worse.
It gets better. It gets so much better. So that's his wife.
That's your fucking wife now. Go calm down. That's your wife, man. Go calm down. That's your wife they're hurting now. Calm down. Calm down.
Get the fuck away from her. Get the fuck away from her. What is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Go calm down. Go calm down.
That's your fucking wife.
Why are you lying about me?
So did any of your mothers, like when you were growing up, watch like Real Housewives?
No.
No?
They didn't watch that exact program, but that my mom did watch programs like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is, I like to think this is like our equivalent of Real Housewives.
Yeah.
So what do we make of what we saw?
Well, I'm not sure it would count as abuse, but it wasn't a good idea, shall we say? It's more like he shouldn't have pushed her, but frankly, she shouldn't have been stood in front of him because he wasn't going to stop. So,
Bro, actually, I thought I was going schizophrenic. Like, I've seen nobody make that position, and like, I completely agree. I thought I was the only one. What about you, Charlie? What about you?
Well, yeah. Admittedly, if I was a woman, I wouldn't want to be the first person standing in front of an angry man.
no.
Yes.
So
There's plenty of other blokes here who could stop him.
So we're actually we're the Wings of Redemption Defense Force right now, lads. Okay. Now, normally I'm his op. Normally I'm on one of his ops, but when it comes to beating his wife, I agree. Like, can we actually analysis this? I'll mute it so you don't hear screaming. So she's aggressing on him because she's the one like pulling him. Oh, like there's two other men there.
They're trying to stop him though because they know what he's going to do.
Yeah, he's going to do something really entertaining.
Admittedly, right? Like looking at this man, I don't think he's going to beat up Keemstar. So, like, I mean, I wouldn't, especially if I was a woman, I wouldn't want to be the first person trying to stop him. You know, but
I like that. I like that the only reason she's the one who can stop him is because she's grabbed his arm, which she can actually wrap her arm around, whereas the other guys can't wrap their arms around his stomach.
And also,
This-
if
this-
anybody
this-
deserves a punch, it's Keemstar, surely.
Absolutely.
But here's the problem, like when it comes to fighting fat people, though, is once they get moving, you can't stop them.
You can't.
Like, there's too much momentum. Like,
And right here,
I've had a fair share of a few punch ups with some fat people in secondary school, and like once they're moving, they ain't stopping.
they're a cannonball. Like, oh, I mean, look at the bounce. See now,
Yeah, there was a lot of force applied to her there.
uh-huh.
Yeah.
You can very clearly see right now, those are the eyes of a husband who's just realized he's pushed his wife. I genuinely think he did not realize that was his wife, but because they're all so like fat, they just sort of like became like a blob of mass in his mind. So he just pushed the closest one.
Yeah, she was just in the way, and he didn't really. He was too focused on trying to kill Keemstar to notice who was in front of him.
Yes. Now I will say the person who I dislike most in this situation is this woman.
Go, man. Go, calm down. Please don't. That's your wife they're hurting now. Calm down. Go, calm down. Please don't.
Hey,
Away from her.
Yeah.
Away from her.
It's the fact everyone is telling him to calm down, and she's there trying to instigate another fight.
exactly. It's like he's already took his wife down. He'll take you down next. Like, he's clearly not bothered about gender. But no, I saw this and I was on the call with Lynn and we watched it together and I was so sat here like thinking my man's innocent, and like they're all talking about how he's like an abuser, and it's like free my man, he did nothing wrong. But yes, so that was Lolcow Live. Now
Abuser is probably a bit of a strong term. I don't think there was much intent there for him to try and hurt his wife. I think he was just trying to get to Keemstar, and she got in the way.
Yeah.
Another problem that did occur is because she lied and she said she tripped, which she clearly fucking didn't.
No.
That is not a trip. So like that was also a problem because she lied and said she tripped, which made it look even worse for Wings.
So I'm going to say fair play to her, the fact that she didn't accuse him of that. She clearly can see what happened,
Uh-huh.
but she hasn't tried to play it up.
But okay, so this is at fat camp, which is why they're all fat. Now, the problem is all the fat women claim to be abused in their past. So they all jumped on this, and there was a discussion afterwards. Buggy was leading it because, you know, he would. Where they were all, it was just a bunch of fat women calling him a wife beater. And it was so ridiculous. Because then do we all know what Buggy's done in the past?
Roughly, yeah.
I recognise the name, so he's clearly done something.
Well, he lied about having cancer. He lied about being abused, like being raped by his sister as a bairn. Just lied about anything, really. If you can lie about it, he has lied about it.
Serial liar.
Yeah. He likes to be the victim in things, which was evidently shared by the rest of the women in the room. But then
What is the fact you're making up a lie about being a victim?
yes.
It's like I remember, you know, my friends used to lie about things to try and make themselves seem cooler, not that to be a victim.
Well, all of the women in the room went from insulting Wings to insulting Boogie for lying about being a victim of abuse. So then Boogie was just getting made fun of by all the women. It was ridiculous. I think this is a life lesson. Never go to fat camp. I think this is the moral of the story. Especially not if Keemstar's there.
I don't even understand how these like situations like arise. Like looking at all like the people here and what happened. Like this seems half intentional. Like
Well,
It just looks so sad, doesn't it? Like,
this looks miserable. But now a lot of people were saying this seems fake. I don't think it's fake. 'Cause I don't think Wings of Redemption, because like Wings of Redemption really felt bad for this. You can very clearly tell he felt like scum.
Yeah.
And so it's just fucking wild. So yes, that's Wings of Redemption lore. I'm gonna try and start implementing more lolcow stuff because it's a big passion of mine, and there's not been a Court Jesters episode recently. So I say that within the last 2 years.
you
So I
might
think,
need to turn the volume down there and save my ears a bit from all the screaming.
well, admittedly, there's not normally this many women around. The women is, I mean, just look at how sad she is.
Don't worry about me. Worry about your wife. Worry about your wife right now.
That's your fucking wife!
I can't stand her. I'm sorry, I can't stand her.
Dude, what the fuck?
That's your wife.
By the way, this is a W storyline. Whoever cooked this script up is killing it.
There she is saying she tripped. So I think she said that as an initial defense of her husband. But then obviously when you actually look at it, he didn't actually do anything like immoral. So you don't actually need to defend it. But now she said the lie. So she kind of has to like stick with it now, I feel like.
This script sucks.
Yeah, right. Yeah, faster than a football player, way
I'm
funnier.
not talking to any of y'all ever again, but here's the fact I want to say. It's King's inability to ever look bad and always wanting to lie that created this sensitive. That's it.
I disagree, but love you guys.
Right. So we've got a lot of topics here. We've got a lot of topics, and I mean a lot of topics. I'll very quickly scroll through all the tabs we've got up. Oh, that's Genshin. So, first topic is... Let me close that. Become a vassal fascist state or turn back to our real friends in Europe. Easy choice. Now, I'm going to do a colour check on the person who posted this. What race do we think he is?
Looks kind of like Mediterranean-ish, I guess.
Yeah.
He's like, he's a bit brown, but he also looks very American.
Uh-huh. Which is weird because he's opposing America here. So
Well, I mean, average Mexican. Like,
that's true. So here we have a story. Starmer told to accept Trump free speech agenda to win trade deal. Now, as we all know, Benito Mussolini was a big fan of free speech. That was his main campaign thing. Freedom of speech for Italy. That was it. So what we have here is again an example of fascism being wrongfully applied. But also, I want to focus less on the cringe take of, become a European state, and focus on the actual story here. This would be based if it happens. Starmer told to accept Trump's free speech agenda. Imagine Trump forcing Britain to have free speech.
I mean, what do you... I mean, it really points to the sort of position we're in right now as well.
It is a massive humiliation to need the colonies to give us freedom back. That's a humiliation. But it's better than not having free speech.
Yeah, and given the state we're in at the moment, we're really in no position to turn away this sort of thing, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. We need all the help we get, really.
Yeah.
But also this idea that like the European countries like us. I mean, they really like obviously don't, and I never understood why like people say they do. Because even like not like fascists and national socialists, like they will say like the current European governments don't like Britain, but we don't like the current European government, so that's fine. But like, this like liberal idea that like the Europeans love us is like kind of retarded.
Yeah, ironically, they have the sort of same attitude, almost as sort of Richard Spencer does. The idea that in his case, because all Europeans are white, therefore they should all like each other. Because and so the sort of Guardian readers think because we're all European, we should like each other, which just is absurd.
And then,
That's
and then like 20 minutes later, they go on to call for the death of the Russians.
Yeah,
we've never ever been friends with anyone on the continent. Like,
well, with the exception of the Portuguese.
well, that's basically it, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that's it.
And even then, that was mostly to spite Spain.
Yeah.
But this is so. I suppose this brings us to a larger discussion on what do we make of the tariffs. Now, I'm a big tariff guy. I've been loving these tariffs. Great news. But Arron, what do you make of the Trump's tariffs, as we'll call them?
I'm somebody who sympathises with Joseph Chamberlain's sort of tariff reform in the Edwardian era, so I'm generally open to tariffs. I'm not quite sure if these will work or not, but it'll take time to tell if they do. Though I've got to say, I have really been enjoying all the pro-EU people in Britain going ballistic at Trump's tariffs, despite the fact that the EU applies tariffs to everybody else in the world. And just watching their sheer hypocrisy of attacking Trump's tariffs on free trade grounds whilst defending the EU, which is a protectionist bloc.
Well, do they even know there's tariffs in the EU?
Probably not, in many cases.
So, Charlie, what do you make of Trump's tariffs?
but I think they're generally a pretty good idea, especially on China. I have some slight criticisms as to how he's gone about it, but I mean, generally speaking, it's just fine. I mean, there's an argument to be made here about Trump alienating Europe, and sure, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's Europe that needs America more than America needs Europe.
Yeah, and they're going to be alienated by him just being president anyway, so alienating him further isn't going to do much.
And
Yeah.
you do have to remember, Europe is like the next biggest threat to the Anglosphere.
After China, yeah.
So, I think we're all agreed the tariffs are good. Now, I think it is mostly the pro-EU kind of British people that oppose the tariffs. But, well, they oppose America in general, so I suppose that's to be expected.
Yeah.
Now, sticking to the Trump news, this is kind of an L. This is an L Donald Trump took, actually. I'll let it play, and then I'll ask you all your opinions.
But that's a war that should have never been allowed to start. And Biden could have stopped it, and Zelensky could have stopped it, and Putin should have never started it. Everybody's to blame.
Have you spoken to President Zelensky, sir, about his offer to purchase more Patriot missile batteries?
Oh, I don't know. He's always looking to purchase missiles. You know, he's against. Listen, when you start a war, you got to know that you can win the war, right? You don't start a war against somebody that's 20 times your size, and then hope that people give you some missiles.
So I know Charlie took issue with this more than me. So I'll let Charlie, you explain how this is an L on Trump's end.
Well, I don't think it was very fair of Trump to essentially accuse Zelensky of starting the war. I can understand if he had said something along the lines of Zelensky was how to word this. Well, okay, I'll go about this another angle. Putin absolutely started the war, right? It was the Russian army that crossed the Ukrainian border, right? That is, I mean, that's just how it was. You could definitely blame Zelensky in what he was doing for sort of antagonizing Russia in a certain way. I don't know if that's sort of the right word, but he was sort of he was not getting on Russia's good side. I'll put it like that. Now, the main thing about that is when it comes to Ukraine constantly pushing to join NATO and the EU. Russia obviously does not want the largest military alliance on Earth on its border. That's obviously stupid. I mean, it's always been a part of Russian foreign policy to maintain, sort of try and keep Europe at like arm's length. This is why the Russians always want to expand into Eastern Europe. It's like have a buffer states basically give them space. Because it's the western parts of Russia, the European parts of Russia, where everything of importance is. But yeah, Zelensky obviously did not start the war. It was obviously Putin. And
it's this single part of the message that has actually damaged Trump's case in this argument, because I think this is a fair position. Yeah, like stop begging to buy armed weapons. Like, I think that's a fair request. But when he effectively blamed Zelensky for the war, it kind of weakened his position in this argument. As you can see, the first result is literally only focusing on that. So this was a bit of a Trump L. But I do agree with the general message. I do think we should stop funding Ukraine. The war's lost. I'll ask Charlie, has there been any movements on the front lately?
Only in Russia's favor.
Exactly. Like, the war is over. I know the EU fellas would not be appreciating that, but the war is over, and it does look as if Russia has won.
And here's the thing, because the Ukrainians are very they don't want to come to the peace table at the moment, because they're sort of banking on the idea that, like, just keep giving us weapons, bro. We'll win eventually, we promise. The issue is that it's better for them to come to the negotiating table now, because Putin is sort of saying, like, oh yeah, I want like peace, yeah, like, but he's not really like doing anything. He's sort of dancing around the issue, and that's because with the Ukrainians being so stubborn at the moment, Putin's just like, well, I'm winning the war at the moment. My troops can just keep advancing, and Russia hasn't actually achieved all of their war aims yet. But the more the Ukrainians basically keep coping about it, gives him more time to get closer to achieving his actual full war aims. And if he does achieve them, it means when Ukraine is eventually forced to come to the peace table because they can't keep this war up for much longer, he's in a stronger position to negotiate for what he wants.
So you think Ukraine's...
Which is worse for the Ukrainians.
You think Ukraine's stubbornness is hurting them in the long run?
Yes. Definitely.
What about you, Arron? What do you make of Ukraine's, I'd say, poor performance in the war, but Russia's had a pretty poor one as well, about Trump stopping funding Ukraine's war?
I think at this point it would actually save the Ukrainians, as Charlie said. They are losing the war, and the Russians, they came to the table now, as Charlie said, they'd be in a better position. And also, I would imagine, if the war came to an end this year, the Americans would be more than happy to supply the Ukrainians with arms and build up their armed forces in a peacetime, so that the Russians can never try and invade again. Or if the Russians do, they'll have to have an even harder fight than they have done over the past 3 years.
What is the current peace deal, Charlie, that's being proposed? Or has it been rejected?
Well, they keep changing around because, again, nothing's really been settled at the moment. But, I mean, generally speaking, what will happen is Russia will, at the very least, probably take all of the territory they currently have occupied. There will likely be a demilitarized zone across the new border. Some people suggested that demilitarized zone will continue up to cover the whole entire Russian-Ukrainian border, not just in the newly annexed parts of Ukraine. so that may or may not happen. But the main thing that you need to know is that Ukraine will definitely be forced to cede a fair chunk of territory, and actually officially recognize Crimea as being a part of Russia as well.
What does that like mean though? Because if Crimea is owned by Russia, like what does it matter if Ukraine like recognizes it or not?
Well, it means they have no grounds basically to start bitching about it in like the UN or something. It's just geopolitical stuff, but it means nothing really.
Mm.
Bragging rights.
So-
The Russians just tell the Ukrainians to get fucked.
So that is actually all the American news. Admittedly, most of the American stuff was just the tariffs. But a lot has happened in Britain, merry old England. A lot has happened. The Indians are at it again. Oh no. So who here knows this woman?
Vaguely.
No, don't recognise her.
No idea. Well, she is Lois Perry, the former UKIP leader. I didn't know, so I'm really glad they've actually got it on screen for us to read. She's Lois Perry. Hey, Lois.
Anyway, we got you on about the reformed cyber attack, and you know you're saying it's being driven by Indian bots. This Rupert Lowe Twitter, the
right. So first of all, let's start from the beginning. Right. So first of all, Indian bots. What are two bots that are Indian called? Okay, let's not make that joke. Best ones who've done your head. Okay. But Lois, what has happened with his bot cyber attack from India?
Okay, so I can say this. This is coming from the main man. This is coming from the top. Okay, so and it's also coming from people who know about this stuff. I'm not making it up. It's not a conspiracy theory. This is happening. So
okay. So there's been a cyber attack from the
I like how he knew she was never going to get to the point.
Bots in India. And what have they done?
Right, so basically what they're doing is they're anyone who's doing anything pro Rupert Lowe replacing Nigel, or anything anything that causes division, that we're having thousands and thousands and thousands of likes that are coming from Indian bots.
How do you know that though? Because there's a lot of people who are on Rupert's side, aren't there?
That's right, but not like hundreds and hundreds of thousands. I mean, Lance Foreman did a tweet last week, which he shouldn't have done. Actually, I bollocked him for it. Yeah, but he did a tweet, and it got like 500,000 likes or something.
What did he tweet?
So what you're saying is there's a pattern here, which is anyone who says anything positive about Rupert Lowe gets an extraordinarily large number of likes and retweets, but they're from people
as well.
Yeah, but they're from people in India.
Yeah, it's fake.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
It's real, but a huge.
It's just waffling. She's waffling. Now I'm gonna do some live fact checking. I love Rupert Lowe, and wrong one. I want him to replace Nigel Farage. Please, Saw, like my post. Now, if by the end of that stream that has 1 million likes, I will believe her. This is such like a brain dead take though. Like this does just seem like the cope they're having by the fact that they've just kicked their best MP out of the party.
Yeah, I do wonder how. I do think she probably does believe it, because the people around Farage and some Farage loyalists really are sort of almost cult-like in their support for him. I can genuinely believe that she believes that. It's sort of bollocks, though.
It feels like this is how they're justifying it to themselves in their head. Like, no, he's not actually popular. It's just the Indians trying to destroy our lovely Pakistan.
It's just cope.
And can we
it's
talk
cope
about
because they did something stupid.
And she's such a terrible interviewee. Like the woman was not getting to the point. I like how he has to actively push her to the point just to get an answer out of her. But so that is the start of the Rupert Law news. Now, obviously, it doesn't end. It never ends with Rupert Law. I am Rupert Law's top kitten. Okay, I will defend him till the day I die. Confirmed. Shocking details of Nigel Farage's personal smear campaign against Rupert Law. 2 senior Reform figures directly briefed media. Awful lie that Rupert Law has dementia. Leaked WhatsApp message reveals Nigel Farage new dementia claim was untrue. Suella Braverman has been put off defecting over treatment of Rupert Law. Claims made on Dan Wootton's YouTube show uncancelled tonight. Absolutely horrific behaviour from Reform UK.
I like how this has gone so bad for Nigel, he's alienating the fucking Conservative Party.
Yeah. Suella is probably looking at it and thinking, there's a chance I could possibly rival Nigel. I will get kicked out if that's true. It's not worth the publicity.
Yeah.
And this is the problem Nigel has. Because now all of his MPs will be terrified to do anything good because they might surpass him and get kicked out. He's actively punishing success. But it's the dementia claims are obviously just a blatant example of immorality. Like, this is morally reprehensible.
How old is Rupert? He's in his 60s, isn't he?
Yeah, 67, I think.
Yeah. Do many people get dementia in their 60s?
Occasionally, but it's usually later than that in their 70s.
67, Jesus, spot on. This is the main bit of news. The fact that people are being put off from joining Reform because they don't see it as being a safe option. Like, they will get thrown under the bus if needs be. And the fact that it's the Tories as well. Like, I'm sorry, when even the Tories are scared to join your party, you know something's gone evidently wrong.
What I love is I was in the pub on Friday and I was talking to a guy who's a member of the Conservative Party, and I was just saying to him, like, look, your party is in the shitter right now, and I am, despite being a member of Reform, I'm very reluctant about it, especially after the treatment of Rupert Lowe. And the thing is, I was saying all these things, and he was agreeing with me, but it was just like, why are you in the Conservative Party? What are you doing?
Well, is it just what his dad did?
I don't know.
Be honest, Charlie, at this point, we could ask the same of you about Reform.
Well, no, yeah, I mean, I did say that to him. I don't want to be a member of Reform, but it's a case of, well, I joined, I may as well.
Yeah.
I may as well be. I can nose around a bit, you know?
Yeah.
The problem is, if we vote for Reform, we're basically voting for the Tories. And that's... we don't want to vote for the Tories. We don't want to vote for containment. We want to vote for people who actually want to do something. But unfortunately, Homeland just refused to sit.
Well, Homeland, I don't even like Homeland anyway, because they want to give away Northern Ireland.
Yeah, so does...
just treason. If we had an election tomorrow, I think I'd vote for UKIP, but yeah, again, it's not. They're gaining momentum. Reform killing itself has been helping UKIP, but I mean, again, like, that's not really going to go anywhere at the moment.
No.
So do we reckon it's another election of containment, and then maybe after that we can vote for a good party?
Probably, yeah.
We have to see how the winds blow.
It is. I don't know. I don't think I have it up, which is really weird because I should. But there is the Integrity Party. Now, shit name. I'm just going to say that now. Shit name. I don't like that a Pakistani's in charge of it either. Little not ideal. But if Rupert joins the Integrity Party, then that is very clearly what we have to vote for.
Well, wherever Rupert Lowe goes, we just need to follow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
He's off taking his time, though. Like, bro, you need to make a decision. So...
One thing I will say... Oh, sorry.
No, please.
One thing I will say is that if reform does fall apart, like it's going to, probably the next big party that we could vote for will come out of one of the factions of reform.
It will come from basically the online right, who is like half of Reform's base.
Yeah.
One interesting thing that's come up recently is apparently Nigel might be getting rid of Zia Yusuf.
Yeah, the damage is done, though.
True, but yeah.
Like Nigel
might change a few things though. I mean, again, but yeah, as things stand right now, I think we just need to see how the winds blow.
Yeah. Though we've been saying that for a couple of months now.
Yeah. Actually, if he got rid of Zia Yusuf, it might actually make things worse for him at this point.
Yeah, because now he's kind of like... Because the problem is, he's already betrayed the people, like the right-wingers of the party. So then if he then kicks out Zia Yusuf, he's betrayed the Tories of the party. So he'll have literally no one.
Well, a lot of the bad calls weren't actually originally Nigel's idea. It was Zia Yusuf who put them in his head. So, if Zia goes, there is a potential chance that Nigel might actually start saying some things that are useful again. Behind the curve, as always, but, you know.
We do actually have some statistics. Reform UK likes fell 56% since suspending MP Rupert Lowe.
Yeah, they alienated half of their base.
It has just been a complete suicide from the party. And it's the fact that if Jenrick if Jenrick becomes Tory leader, the Tories are more right wing than Reform. That should never be the case.
No.
Because I mean, realistically, what is right wing about Reform?
Nothing now that Lowe's gone.
Exactly. That they don't support trans ideology. I think that's literally the only right wing thing I think they could make. But even then, like, okay, so do Labour, you know?
Yeah.
So here is more of the tyranny that has been forced against Rupert. Police have seized Rupert Lowe's gun collection as Reform UK claims he wants to kill the party chairman. So based, Reform UK, Mr. Lowe is being investigated by the police for making multiple threats to kill our chairman. It's just like nobody believes it. Like literally nobody could possibly believe this anymore. Especially since this came out after the dementia claims.
I like the idea that Rupert Lowe is gonna, 67-year-old Rupert Lowe is gonna go home, grab whatever like vintage fucking rifle he has like hanging on the wall, to find the ammunition for it somewhere. You know, I'm sure they still make ammunition for like World War I rifles, and then it's gonna find Zia Yusuf and kill him like.
the Rupert raised the zoo in that box. It's just complete nonsense, but it would be incredibly based. Now, what has Rupert Lowe's response to these horrible attacks from his own party? Well, his old party. What has his responses been? This right here. I asked a number of questions in January on the Pakistani rape gangs. I have received precisely 0 satisfactory answers from Labour. I was warned over my language following this contribution. I stand by every single word I said. The cover-up continues. Ignore that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given that the opposition amendment has been accepted, I'm not going to stand here and outline my disgust at what has happened with regard to the historic grooming scandal. The British people want answers, so I'm going to ask questions of the Labour Party and several of them. Will the government commit to urgently deporting all guilty foreign nationals involved, including family members who were aware of the crimes and therefore complicit? Wives, sisters, mothers, cousins, if they knew and said nothing, these individuals are just as guilty as the rapists themselves. Will the government commit to stripping citizenship from dual nationals implicated and deport them as well? Race or religion must protect nobody. Will the government commit to pausing all Pakistani visas and foreign aid into the country until the Pakistani government agrees to accept any of its deported citizens that have perpetrated these crimes on British soil, and also imprisons these rapists and their accomplices in Pakistan, however they see fit? Will the government undertake a full investigation into officials who had knowledge of these crimes yet failed to act? Establish a specified task force to root out this wicked evil. Don't just fire these vile individuals, prosecute them. How many girls are estimated to have been raped? Is there a tally for the overall number of rapes? Horrifyingly, it may well be in the millions. We just don't know. How many vulnerable young girls are estimated to still be involved in these gangs? If there is no estimate figure, why not? Will a regular update be published detailing ongoing prosecutions and sentencing? Will the government publish a full nationality breakdown of those convicted for such offences, along with the location of their crimes? How many known foreign rapists per town, per region? Will they publish a breakdown of the immigration status of those involved? On what grounds were they in the UK? Do they have previous convictions? How many foreign nationals found guilty have been released but not deported? And how many reoffences... I'm going to carry on if that's right. How many reoffences have occurred since release? How many of these monsters are walking on the same streets as the girls they raped and abused? One report suggested a victim had come face to face with her rapist in a supermarket. Is the government comfortable with that? How many of the foreign rapists were in receipt of any form of state benefit? I'm going to carry on if that's right. How many released currently receive any state benefit? How many children have been born following a rape from these men? How many have been given access to the child against the mother's wishes? And how many have used the child as a route to remain in the UK? Will the government commit to preventing this in future? How many deportations have been blocked due to the rapist's right to a family life or other ECHR influences? Will the government set up a dedicated, confidential and accessible official process for whistleblowers to safely raise their concerns regarding foreign rape gangs, ensuring it is safe, secure and easy to find? Will the government release all court transcripts relating to these cases so the British people can understand just part of the horror for themselves? How many of these documents have been hidden due to the cost of release? This should not be an obstacle to transparency on these trials. Will lifelong sentences now be considered for those British citizens involved in the crimes, but also those in positions of power who acted to cover up the scale of the abuse? Which politicians, local and national, had knowledge of these events but failed to act? Again, going as far as to actively conceal what was truly happening. These are the facts that the British people want to know and the British people deserve to know. All of these questions have also been submitted in written form, and I look forward to receiving open and transparent answers. The mass rape of young white working class girls by gangs of Pakistani rapists is a rotting stain on our nation. This is not about Elon Musk. This is not a bandwagon of the far right. This is about the victims and ensuring swift and brutal justice is delivered to those demons responsible. It is about distinguishing between right and wrong.
The answer to every single one of those questions he asked is no. That is why it's important to ask, because it's always a no. And I want to point out to all the women that tried to interrupt him. Obviously, too emotional to really be in a position of parliament. But it's
just found it so funny.
Rupert Law says rape bad, Labour women most angered. What is this? And we know the Labour Party won't release the information to the MPs who knew about this happening because it's the Labour Party. You're asking a rapist to hand himself in. He's not going to do that, obviously.
I mean, I still have I still have the page up of all the MPs and which way they voted and the what is it into the inquiry into the grooming gangs.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see a list of every single MP who voted no, and I just want to ask, okay, so these people have voted against investigating mass rape or abstained. In which case, well, what do they know? I don't see any reason why you would vote against or abstain from a investigation into mass rape. So,
Well, there is one reason.
I want to know what dirt they have.
Oh, it's not so much dirt. In some cases, it's they're making a calculated sort of political decision, given how many Muslims are in their constituencies.
Well, yeah, votes.
Well, yeah, okay, but to me that's just not. I don't care for that excuse.
You also have to remember
their job isn't to serve the Muslim community. Their job is to serve the British people.
You also have to remember though, like a left-wing like philosophy does dictate that raping a child is morally better than installing like racism, though. So protecting pedophiles is preferable over potentially stoking racial conflicts.
Yeah.
So, like the ideology as a whole, like endorses this, if not demands it of the MPs, which is why the women were so like. So, do you think the women know it's fucked up, and do you think this is why they're responding so much? Because I'd imagine being
just ask them if your child got raped, how would you feel?
Well, that's it. Like, because obviously being like Labour MP women, like they'll be crying about rape all day, so they have to know rape is bad. So do you think they just like kind of like this is why they're acting like so childish about it by like trying to interrupt them because they know it's bad and they don't want to hear it because they know how scummy they are for doing it? Or do you think they're fully bought into thinking no, this is a moral good, but it makes us look bad?
I would actually. Okay, I was going to say I'd like to see it. I wouldn't actually like to see it. This would be fucking awful. But I would like to see the reaction of a female Labour MP if one of her children was raped by a Pakistani grooming gang.
Well, it only happens to lower class women, doesn't it? Well, lower class girls. So their kids are safe.
Yeah.
And their gated communities, as long as it happens to like the peasants, it's completely fine. Is there any more Rupert Law news? Let me very quickly check. No, there's not. There is kind of. I'll put this in with the lot. So, as a result of Zia Yusuf, Nigel, I don't know why they call him Zia Yusuf. His name's Mohammed. Nigel and Mohammed's campaign against Rupert and the English. Nigel has come to the defense of Mohammed, and said criticism against him is proof of racism. You're literally the Labour Party. Shut up. Like, you're literally Labour. This is the kind of thing they'd say to defend like Femi.
No, I got to stand up for my boy Femi. I love Femi. That I don't think there's a greater clip on the internet than that video of him during the 2019 election, running to the fucking polling like area, topless, and you just see like his fucking fat rolls just like shaking around as he's running down the road.
What's his surname? Do we know his surname?
Oh, I
Oliveyo or something like that.
Oh, that's not English. I do not know how to spell that.
He's not English.
Femi
African man.
Surname. Because there's a video of him with the. It's a police video. Very entertaining. I'm sure Arron will have seen it. I don't know if you will have, Charlie. Okay. Femi Labour Party. What the? Oh, Jesus Christ, man. At least anglicize it. Police. Let's see. I've not seen a police officer all day. How can I not find it? It's very popular. Okay, so basically what happens is Femi is stood at the camera and he said, well, I've not seen a police officer all day. And you can look, and if you look behind him in the video, you can see a police officer standing behind him.
Oh no, that's not Femi. That's David Lammy.
I got them confused. I got the.
They are
black,
equally
they
as
all look the
stupid.
same. They all look the same. Yes, David Lammy's who I was talking about. There it is.
If it feels like neighbourhood policing has vanished, it's not around you. We haven't seen a police while I've been here, and I've been here for a little while now.
The thing is, the thing I found really funny is you see he like looks to the side like halfway through the video, and you can definitely tell from the angle he can see that man out the corner of his eye.
Yes. Oh, look back. Pretend I didn't see him. Yes, David Lammy's the one I was on. So, what were you talking about? The running to the thing?
So it was during the 2019 election when Boris Johnson got elected, right? It's a short like clip of him. He uploaded it to Twitter where he's running to the polling booth, basically saying, "You need to vote for Labour. We need to make sure we don't get fascism in the UK." But for whatever reason, he was topless, and the guy's a bit overweight. So he's running down the road, and you just see his fat rolls just like flapping about as he runs. It just looks so ridiculous.
Bro was on a mission.
It's just like, why are you topless? Like, why are you just running down the road without a shirt on?
He didn't have enough time. He had to stop fascism, Charlie. He didn't have enough time to put a shirt on.
It's in a rush.
He was Corbyn's top kitten. He had to get there as soon as possible.
Is it also the same election where Diane Abbott went out with 2 left shoes? I don't think I will ever get over the 2019 election. There's so much fucking shit that was going on there, especially from people from Labour, and it just looked ridiculous. It was just hilarious. I'm pretty sure that's the same election. Owen Jones went on, I think it was Sky News. I might be wrong, and he was just crying on Sky News. It was actually glorious.
Yeah.
Oh, this is 14 minutes. I'll try and skip a bit. I'll try and skip till I see tears.
Labour was swiped away.
But
they didn't this time. And that's because of that polarisation over Brexit. That's what changed.
But even in 2017, they did better than clearly tonight, but they didn't win. So the point being is, you think even on this platform, the question is, can they win a majority? Not can they do better than tonight or as well as 2017. If the idea of
It'll probably be towards the end, because I'd imagine, because Owen Jones does this all the time. Every time he cries on the news, he just like gets up and leaves.
This is the exit poll as well. So if he was reacting to the actual result.
Your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think that if you look at 2017, clearly lots of
he's blinking a little bit.
He's gonna get there.
Nationalisation, particularly, and it took lots in the Tory party by surprise. And I think Brexit is a big issue in this. But I think one of the things I've had from people on the doorstep when you looked at Labour's package this time was almost you did get the sense that there was this view in the Labour Party that actually the best thing was to be even more radical, to show you had more clearly water with the Tory party, and that was partly because the Tory party had almost moved in Labour's direction in terms of higher spending.
Oh, I've never heard that said on TV.
Partly because the Tory party had almost moved in Labour's direction in terms of higher spending.
Oh,
I
right,
think
never mind.
a few of those policies seem to undermine the message. So one thing you had a lot from Tory MPs and also coming up in focus groups was this 4-day week.
Tories have been moving in Labour's direction since David Cameron.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
No, they must have cried when the actual result came out, not the
probably
early ones. But yes. So speaking of awful news, there's a video here that I want to play. So we all know about Turkish barbers. You know, when I go on my walk to my major city, I see 7 Turkish barbers within one street of each other. I've counted. It's ridiculous. The council knows their crime gangs. They don't care. But I'm sure we all know about Turkish barbers, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the news has found out about it. It's incredible. So the establishment have found out about Turkish barbers.
Something's not right. So if we all agree that something isn't right, how has it happened? How has a situation happened where literally hundreds of these shops are now being raided, regularly people being found in there that might be the victims of modern slavery, who may have well been trafficked to work in them? you know as well as I do that you turn up at these places, it might be a car wash, it might be a barber's, whatever, you pay cash in hand, and you know, or at least you get the sense, that there's very little above board with these places. Is it inherently racist or xenophobic to even raise a quizzical eyebrow at the explosion of these shops, quotes Turkish, end quotes, barbers, in towns across the country? Because I know you see it, I certainly see it.
How have we let this happen? And then 20 seconds later, is this racist to call it out? That's why it's happened. That's why it's happened. Because you've been more cared with whether it's racist and less caring whether it's actually happening. And this is how they view everything. They view everything through the eyes of, is it racist? Not if it's true. Is it right? Is it morally correct? Is it racist? And this video right here is a perfect demonstration. And they posted it themselves. That's the thing. They posted it themselves.
Blind. That's all it is.
It's the fact that they thought this was good enough to post on their Twitter. They were proud of this clip. I'm convinced LBC is a right-wing news source that is like psyoping, like pretending to be left-wing to make them look bad. But yes. No, not yet. So, Arron, what do you make of this video? The fact that he asks how we let this happen, and then said, "Is it racist?"
As you say, it just shows a complete lack of self-awareness. They are so bound up in their own ideological worldview that they can't see how utterly ridiculous they look, or the fact that they're answering their own damn question.
I would also like to announce that we have found an Indian. Eternal England is an Indian bot. We've confirmed it here, lads. It has been dictated. We're finding magical things out. Magical things out. So maybe she was right. Maybe she was right. Now there is obviously the trans stuff. Now, funny story. I was on someone else's stream. What day was it, Charlie? I can't remember. Was it Thursday?
Some point this week.
Some point this week, I was on someone else's stream, and my
It's like
trans
Wednesday or Thursday
friend,
or something.
aye, my trans friend was watching, and then the person I was on the stream with, Hobby. That's not his real name. I call him Hobby because it says in his name Hobby, and that's what I've took away from it. He said, and he kept talking about the trans stuff, and I was thinking, oh shit, the one stream I'd ask my trans friend to watch. It's the one stream we talk about trans stuff. So luckily, they're not watching this one. So what do we think of the fact that trans people are no longer allowed to rape women in prison?
I love it. Well, she's not watching this one, so I can be as transphobic as I like.
Exactly. The chains have been lifted.
Well, I would imagine it's progress, but I've heard from some people it's apparently we're going backwards, even though the law hasn't actually changed.
Well, there has been no law has changed, but the definition has. So like trans police officers, i.e., men who pretend to be women, they can no longer search women. And if a man rapes a woman, he can no longer get sent to a woman's prison to get fresh meat. So this has actually
surely oh god, surely this means as well during hang on, no, continue. I've just completely left my mind. What was I about to say?
Right. Now, a lot of the trans community do like to rape women. So this is like 9/11 for them, okay? It's so over for the trans community. But it's one of the things as to that this is under a Labour government. Now, I do not believe Nigel Farage would do this, which means a Labour government have just outrighted reform. How has this happened? And I'll tell you how it's happened.
They do it every day.
Well, that is true. A woman called. Okay, 1 minute. Give me a second. We're doing live
J.K.
fact checking.
Rowling.
A woman called J.K. Rowling. Now, this woman has led a crusade against rape. I suppose we all know how this started. A couple of years ago, I say a couple, it was 2010s. J.K. Rowling came out as a transphobe. She says, men raping women in prison is bad, actually. And it was hell on. Hell on. The trans community have harassed her ever since. But it looks as if she's actually won. She has led her crusade against the trans community, and she has won.
She's won because we live on Turf Island.
That is that is true. And that is a perfect way of saying it. We live on Turf Island.
I do wonder when J.K. Rowling did what she did. I wonder if it was easier to come out as trans or come out as a transphobe.
Oh, it was easier to come out trans. This was post 2016. A lot happened in 2016, but that's when most of the trans stuff really went in hyperdrive. Which is really weird. Something happened in 2016, and we never know what happened that really got the left to be so hyper aggressive. But yes, so now, Arron, I know Charlie has some weird position on trans issues. So, what do you make of transgenderism?
I am vaguely suspicious of it. It's weird.
So, do you believe a man can change his gender to become a woman, or do you think he is a man, just a man really, and can't change?
Now, fundamentally, whatever cosmetic changes are made, that's still biologically a male, regardless to what medical procedures and fundamentally cosmetic procedures you do, or the way you dress yourself up.
Now, I know, Charlie, you disagree with this. So, Charlie, present your case on what you think about trans. You did. You said 2 streams ago you did.
What did I say?
Well, you said a man can be a woman.
Not biologically.
Yeah. But you said there was
that's well, my position is if you are a transgender and you actually try to become the gender you want to be, I said I would at least respect your pronouns and things like that. I'm not going to say you actually become the biological sex that you want to be. That's contrary to reality, but I can if you actually try, I can at least respect that. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, but I suppose the question is, can a man become a woman? I think that is the question.
Biologically, no.
It's interesting that you clarify biologically. So do you think a man can become a woman outside of a biological frame?
Well, it's a biological thing. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
Well, you keep clarifying biologically speaking, they cannot. But that would imply that if we're not talking biologically, then they could.
Well, my position is if you try to become X gender, assuming it's a real gender, not something the left have made up, I can at least respect that, or at least tolerate that. But from what you actually are, from a biological perspective, your chromosomes and things like that, you obviously can't change that. That's ingrained in you as a human being. We can't change that. That's just is how it is.
Right. I get what you mean. So, why do we think? Why do we? I'll ask you because I think I have an idea on why. Why do we think the trans community love rape? I'll start with you, Arron.
Well, I think at least with the many transition try to be women, there is something not right in the head, shall we say? They are prone to perversion, shall we say? I'll leave it at that.
What about you, Charlie? What do you speculate is the cause?
Two things. One is the same as Arron. Mentally speaking, they're not all there. But also, a lot of people do it out of like, well, it's like a fetish. Like a very weird one, but if they're fetish, unless they get some sort of kick out of it for some reason.
What's the Twitter account? You should know which one I'm referring to, Charlie. The one that does the 4chan posts, like the trans 4chan posts.
Oh, I know what one you're on about. I forget the name.
I'll let you look for it while I explain why.
Punished Erica.
Punished. Oh, Jesus Christ!
I literally just brought up Twitter and it was like the first post.
Punished Erica. No, is it just normal Erica? Have I spelled it wrong?
It's the at is catgirl Erica.
All right.
She'll just send you a post.
That would probably be better. So personally, I think it's the two reasons. I think Arron struck it gold. They are mentally unwell. But I also think the problem a lot of like the gay communities have is that they're collectivists, so they value the safety of the community over the safety of the individuals in the community. Which means if one of the community members gets raped, then it's better to kind of like hide it in order to avoid the community from getting the blame. So they make sort of an ends justify the means position of, well, okay, this is bad, but if we like deal with it and we like expose this person, then it's going to make the community look bad. So as a result, they've all become very like paranoid of the community looking bad, which is why they defend these like disgusting behaviors, because they don't want to be associated with it. But obviously, you can't hide anything for long, and it does come out, and it just makes them look worse. So, okay, so this this is an account that I think demonstrates the point perfectly, just how fetishy this is towards. Now I'm going to read a short one. Charlie, I'll let you read this one.
Oh, God. I don't wish to be a real woman. I wish to be some caricature anime girl and become a terminally online male's image of an ideal woman.
Very interesting take. I'll read this one and then Arron can read the next one. My boyfriend says he loves my... He loves me tiny because it makes him feel like a very big and strong man every time he sees it. I guess I wouldn't mind keeping it if it makes him feel so confident and good about himself. Try to censor the profanity, though. This is a Catholic. This is a Catholic stream, okay? We don't partake in any of this. I'll try and find another good one. Yeah, it's stuff like this. Like, there we go.
Great boy, about 5'5", but don't let it get to me. Meter 6'5" guy at camp I work at. You have to move a bunch of boxes. Pick one up, trip and fall. Don't be such a silly little boy. FFF, please don't be gay. I don't want to be gay. What does this mean?
I think we could genuinely have a stream where we just scroll through these and read them. We would have to.
I think you need to be a bit careful about some of the pictures they use on the post.
It was just her leg. I say her. It was just his leg. It's fine. But no, I'll need to go through and get the safer work ones. But no, this is a genuine like gold mine of content. But yeah, this account perfectly demonstrates it.
You could rename that account to trans people posting their fetishes.
Actual truth noob.
It's just what it is.
I'm gonna put it in the description. If I could spell. There we go. So it's now in the description. If you refresh the page, it should be there for you. So this is a statistic from Stats for Lefties. Now, do we know what Stats for Lefties is?
Yes, I follow their posts a lot.
So am I right in saying this?
I think so,
Individual.
Yes. He's trans. So he identifies as they, them, I guess. Well, so he identifies as a woman, but he likes they, them. Go off queen, I guess. So he says 94% of lesbian Brits have a positive view of trans people, according to the most recent polling. Now, I would first of all like to say, good on him for focusing on the positives. Okay, his eyes darted to the biggest bit of green, and he focused exclusively on them. Something else I'd like to point out, lesbians are 4% more positive towards trans people than trans people.
I made a post on Twitter pointing this out. Like, what is it about like lesbians that makes them like trans people more than trans people like themselves? Also, I wanna know about like the trans people who have put the red, the negative. It's like, no, I actually have a negative view of myself.
Well, it would be pretty accurate. Now, something I'd like to mention is that 40% of all Brits have a positive position on trans people. That's a minority.
Well, I would imagine a lot of the people who put unsure there as well, which is the biggest portion, probably just put unsure because they don't really care either way.
Yeah. It's not an election winning campaigning issue, is it?
No.
It's
becomes even less than one.
Well, I mean, unless you're trying to get the lesbian vote, I guess, but
yeah,
only the lesbian vote. Gay men, 65% transphobic, kind of based. No, wait, wrong one. 65%
Way round.
acceptance. That's not that high considering the lesbian, bis, and trans. So, what is the gay man's beef with the transgender? That's what I want to know.
Got in bed with a man, found out it's a woman.
That would be traumatic. I've had many situations like that. Oh, it's been heartbreaking. It's studies like this that are genuinely the gift that keeps giving. There's so much to say in this one image. Like,
there's two things you could say about that, about the lesbians. One, given the rate of domestic abuse among lesbians, maybe they're like trans women because they're not actually women.
That is true. The more women in a relationship, the more abusive it becomes.
And there's a second one that maybe the old saying's right. Maybe they didn't meet the right man.
That's true. That's what it is. That's what it is. They date trans women so they get to call themselves lesbians while still being straight. It's the winning strat, you know. Lesbians these days, they're getting smart. They're playing the system. Now, what do we think of French women?
Well, I think you have more to say about that than anyone else.
Well, you're goddamn right, I do. Arron, what do you make of French women?
They're French. Not much more than that.
They're French, derogatory.
Now, I'm going to present three I can't think of the word. It's completely left my mind. Oh, spoilers. We'll go to town square. We will not go to the town square. We will go to Wonderland topics. You people are feral. Now, Andrew, please look away from the screen. I have stuff here that I don't want people to see. As I go through my folders, ignore all of this. Arron, I can tell you're looking at the screen. Please stop. Now, here are some French women. You know, I'm actually going to start. I'm not going to show you Perrine. You don't get to see Perrine. You will look at the screen. So these are some beautiful French women. Now, I choose these three because if you notice, one of them's brown. So if you look, the one on the left is actually brown. The other two are Aryans. So this is the personification of a brown French woman. Okay, now if we look, this is obviously from the anime Girls and Panzer, which was in Japan. Now, if we look at how French women are portrayed in England, we'll see a very stark difference.
Three sons, they all want to reign. My name's Queen Eleanor of Aquitaine. Oh, no, no. Oh. I guess John was lying, saying Richard had died. Traveled to Austria to be by his side. To set him free, I paid for his release. Brought him all the way home, said this fighting must cease. Made my boys promise to always be friends. Gave Richard his crown back to his peaceful end. Then I supported my youngest King John. Tell you, ain't no job harder than being a mom.
So I'm a very racist guy nowadays, and I don't approve of this. It's like I'll let someone else comment because I'm going to say a slur. So Arron, I'll let you comment.
Yeah. I take it the husband was that's apparently Richard the Lionheart, or wife.
Yes.
I think
Yeah, well,
she was
given-
the wife of a few English kings, to be fair.
So bad.
Yeah.
Great woman.
She just kept going on. That's the thing. She died at like 100 years old or something close to that.
Charlie, you can verbalize what I'm thinking.
I'll just say I don't think Eleanor of Aquitaine was your average black woman.
Eleanor of Aquitaine was beautiful, or so I'm told. I'll get an image of her. Eleanor of Aquitaine.
She's a queen. She'd be naturally very beautiful.
Well, not all queens are beautiful. I mean, you know.
Well, I'm saying she would have had a bunch of people around her constantly, like tying her up all day.
We're gonna scroll up a bit. Very beautiful woman. Okay. Now this is the historical figure. This is the BBC adaptation. It's just completely inaccurate. I mean, she wasn't black. She wasn't fat. Like, how is her kids white if she's black? That doesn't even make sense in like the law of the song.
The law.
Well, no, it doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. Why did they pick the most hideous black woman as well? Like, could they not have at least found a good-looking one?
Well, she's a significant part of English history, so of course they had to like smear it and make it disgusting.
Have any of you noticed that the quality of women in media has decreased since Harvey Weinstein got locked away? That man was saving us, okay? It's just I just didn't approve. I saw it on Instagram. I was disgusted by it. So I thought, look, I need to show this on stream. I need other people to know where my wrath originates.
Is that King John there sitting on the throne?
I believe so. I'm gonna mute it. I just such like a brain dead song. Well, I know she says someone's name.
If that is, I mean, that isn't actually a bad representation of King John. Oh yeah, it was King John. Yeah, because he actually looks a bit like King John.
I'd imagine. So was he actually like fatter than this?
He wasn't fat, but yeah.
Well,
It's close enough. It's close enough as it needs to be, really.
It's closer than Eleanor.
Yeah, well, a lot closer.
And
The hair's right.
Why? Now, Horrible History's got in a lot of trouble because the maker of it admitted to making anti-British propaganda. Just casually admitted it. Nobody really pressed him on it. He just wanted to mention it. So, is this just like more like openly like anti-British propaganda?
Yeah.
He not long after saying that he was just blatantly making anti-British propaganda, he put up a thing on Horrible Histories basically saying that tea isn't British. And it's like, I think you're kind of missing the point.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I break everything down to their core atoms, then nothing is actually anything.
It's just leftist deconstruction of everything.
Yeah.
But at that point, can you not break everything down to the fact that nothing matters and everything's just like stardust? It's like,
But even then, is stardust not just atoms, and are atoms not just electrons and the other two? So really,
protons and neutrons.
That's it. Yeah, protons and neutrons. I was never a big science fan myself.
I love chemistry.
I preferred biology, but the teacher was kind of mid. So
you only pay attention when the teacher's hot.
No, I would never. No, we had there was this French substitute teacher that would come in every so often. I liked her.
Of course you did.
Everyone was racist towards her as well. They kept making fun of her accent. It was funny. I never did, because I respected her, you know. She was a very smart and respectable woman. So, moving away from the butchering of French society, which normally I would endorse, but you know, when Eleanor of Aquitaine, who was a part of the Angevin Empire, you know, I have to diss. What's the word? Disavow. I have to disavow. So, here is a video. We're moving on to police now. I've got this kind of structured, if you notice. We start with Trump, move to Rupert. I can't remember what was after Rupert. And now we're moving on to police. France, yes, we'll move to France. Here's a video that I'm actually just gonna play. I'm not gonna explain anything, I'm just gonna play it.
You may have filmed some of this interaction with the mayor. No? Because if you do, that would be really handy for us. But apparently during some conversations between yourself, apparently you've alleged, we weren't here, so I don't know you've said it, but you've alleged to say, speak English, or was that effect? Speak clearly. Speak clearly.
No, the gentleman's partially deaf.
Yeah, he said speak clearly. Yeah.
So I couldn't even hear.
No, and that's fine, and that's why we've just come to speak, because potentially someone could perceive that as a hate crime.
Did we just know this was going to happen?
No, I know. People, you know, if someone says to me, officer, I believe this, then we need to look at it, because someone's potentially reporting to me as a hate crime.
I like how like instinctual his defense was. I mean, look at the head movement.
Did we just know this was going to happen?
No, I know.
Like, he knows he's gonna get laughed at. And the idea that telling someone to speak English is a hate crime. Like, the problem they have, if everything's a hate crime, then like why not commit them openly? If everything's illegal, then the law doesn't actually matter. Okay. So, this is what I think is a great example of modern British police. Because there's hundreds of examples of Muslims just openly breaking the law and not getting arrested. And here we have a man who he basically threatened to arrest him for saying speak English. So, Arron, what do you make of the cooked police officer in this video?
Quite typical. The police are beyond use at this point. Pretty much the petitions have said that we need to recreate the police and then close down the current one and put the replacement in their place. They're that crap.
The constable is dead. And I think that is the message
Yeah.
that needs to be drilled home. The constable is dead. And it's like, while he's doing this, is there not like a crime happening? Or is that like, did crime in the country stop specifically for this interaction to go on? And he's just wasting time at this, where he's getting paid a full salary and doing half the work. But this
Mondry,
is... No.
Mondry does make a nice change. It's actually a white man doing it, not a woman.
Well, I'm glad you said that. So this is in Gateshead. So this lovely woman, a bright ginger, couldn't be. It's a short, fat ginger woman. Like, this is the perfect video. Well, actually, it's Charlie back, so I'll wait for Charlie before we play it.
I'm back now.
All right. So, first, before we continue, what did you make of this police officers being cringe?
Average day for the British police.
And now we move on to
not doing anything useful.
So now we're going to watch the Oompa Loompa, see how she operates.
No, don't touch me. Why are you touching me? What are you doing? You've just assaulted me. I'm away from the gate. Why are you still touching me? No, I'm away from the gate. No. Identify yourself now. Why are you still pushing me? Why are you still pushing me? I'm away from the gate. I'm away from the gate.
Keep walking.
Identify yourself, please.
PC356.
Why are you still pushing me? Wow.
Security risk. Keep walking.
Why are you still pushing me? I'm away from the gate.
So keep walking.
Stop pushing me. You've just ended your career. You know that.
Keep going.
Get off me. What are you doing? I think you should get a sergeant here. I think you should get a sergeant here.
Just keep walking.
No.
That's it. Use the security risk.
I'm not walking anywhere. I'm in a public place.
Can I say I hate this building, by the way. It's actually hideous.
Yeah. Yes, what are you doing?
Keep walking.
No, I'm not going anywhere.
Come on.
What are you doing?
Keep going.
No, I'm not going anywhere.
Keep going.
You've ended your day. You've ended your career, love. Nah, stop pushing me. Stop pushing me. Stop pushing me. Nah, that's a public place. I can go wherever I want. I think you need to get your supervisor here now. You're in trouble, pal. You're in trouble. Identify yourself, please.
Have I identified yourself?
No, you haven't. Identify yourself. No, I'll go wherever I want. It's a public place. It's a public place. You understand that, yeah? You understand what a public place is? I'm not trying to get in at all. You're lying. Why are you lying? It's all on camera. Why are you lying? Why are you lying? Huh? You seriously just pushed me all the way from there. You know full well I can't do nothing to defend myself because you're in uniform. You'd have me twisted up in a second. Right? It's a public place. You have no authority whatsoever to dictate where I go. Is that clear? Is that clear?
Mate, I'm not listening to you.
Exactly. So go away. Back in your car. Why are you still pushing me?
I'm not letting you in out of that gate.
I'm not going in the gate.
Just keep going.
I am not going in the gate.
You tried to step in that gate.
I didn't step in. I stood at the corner. Like I done at the other side and I didn't go in. No officers came out and assaulted me.
So how do I know that?
You don't know that. You don't.
I think I went to school with her. But here's an example I want to demonstrate. Because he did nothing illegal. There was no crime that happened. It is not illegal to stand there. It's arguably not even illegal to walk in. You know, if the police leave the gate open, that's entirely their issue. You can legally walk in. But just look how violent she is. Like, there's no actual need for this. And then she lies while on the radio to the other police saying he tried to get in, which obviously we can see on camera. He didn't try and get in. But this is the kind of policeman that natives get. So do you remember during the riots where the police were telling the Muslims to drop their weapons off in the mosques?
Yeah, that was in Birmingham, wasn't it?
Yeah. It is night and day between natives and foreigners. But so Charlie, I know you like to defend the police a lot. So what do you make of this?
You just tar me with every bad brush you have, love.
Dude, yes.
I mean, I don't know, stupid women. I mean, One, average day for the police, also average woman. Ginger woman as well.
Like, the woman was going insane.
I mean, to be fair, if I was that bloke, the second I saw a ginger woman, I'd be on the fucking run. But, like... especially if she's in uniform.
She's so short.
Oh, she is. She's like 5'3" or something.
Like, there should be a height requirement to be a police officer. I know weight requirement. Like, I don't know. Like, sending her out is kind of like rude on her. Like, nobody's gonna respect her. Like, she's gonna get laughed at.
I like that when the guy actually stopped, like, letting her push him anymore. It's very obvious he just wasn't moving. She tried to push him.
She just gave up. But no, this is the kind of stuff you expect from Northumberland police. Sorry, Northumbria police. They're all shit at their job.
The amount of times I've been like out and about and I've seen female police officers and I've just seen how small they are, and it's just like, I mean, I'm not about to commit any crimes, but I just sit there and look at you saying, if I did, you ain't bloody stopping me.
Well, it's like when you walk into like a shop and they have like a female like security guard. Like the first thing you think of is, oh, I can steal. Like it sends the wrong message.
I mean, maybe if you live in the north of England, that's what you think.
Well, it's like, what's she gonna do? And it's just like, also like security like actually can't touch you anymore. Like they're not actually allowed to physically stop you from stealing.
I'm convinced, right, as well, because the it's always female police officers. Like obviously women are naturally shorter than men on average, but it's always the women in the police who are like extraordinarily short.
Yes. Do you think it's compensating?
Well, they say smaller people have a worse attitude.
Napoleon complex.
Yes.
So I genuinely, a common theory I have with police is that, with female police, is that because they're women, nobody respects them as law enforcement. So they have to overcompensate by just being like tyrannical women. So they just make situations significantly worse because they're trying to prove to you that like they're an authority. But since they're obviously not, it doesn't work. So they just come off as like aggressive. Yeah. Which she did.
And you got the real double whammy here as well, because you got a ginger woman.
Exactly. A literal Oompa Loompa is walking towards you. You telling me you're going to respect her? You're going to laugh. So I can understand why she comes out like attacking people. It's because if she didn't, she'd be laughed at. Which, the simple solution is just to not let Oompa Loompas in the police force. I don't understand why we're doing this.
The haircut doesn't make it any better either.
I'm saying all this. This woman's going to be banging on my door tomorrow. But yes, it's just ridiculous. So as a whole, what do we think of the policing in the United Kingdom?
Oh god.
Dire.
I just rip the whole thing up and start again.
Yeah.
I think we need to get a group of people, okay? Give them black shirts and let them be the law enforcement. So, I think British policing is obviously chronic, okay? Ridiculous. Willy Wonka's lads are out here on the streets, right? Nothing's getting done. So
Willy Wonka's lads are out on patrol.
So, what is happening in Yankee Land? Yankee Land. Now, I love America. What do we think of America?
Oh, it's getting better, at least. At least they have that going for them.
Now, here we have a video of a white man torturing and murdering a family of innocent black teens. Now, I know he looks like he's in his 50s, but I was reaffirmed that he was actually 12.
So preteen.
Exactly. So let's watch the horrific attack on the innocent black.
Come on, buddy. step away. The devil, bitch, step away. Step out, bitch, step away. You the devil. What's going on, man? What's going on? In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus, watch out. In the name of Jesus, watch out. Watch out, nigga. You gonna get hurt. In the name of Jesus, stop, bitch. Hey, Lord, bow down. Jesus, Lord, bow down. Don't touch me or you're gonna die. Next time you touch me, you're gonna die. Next time you touch me, you're gonna die.
Turn around. Put your hands behind your back. 5-team Cleveland.
So what do we make of that combat?
Well, he's definitely on something.
Now, whose side are we on?
On the side, seemingly black. Like, hang on.
You good?
I almost said something very racist there. Not. I'm obviously not on the side of the cracked up black man.
Now, I love chimping out. That's my favorite activity. So I am on the black man's side. Okay, these civilized men are trying to take away the. They're trying to take away the forest from us, Charlie. They're taking the jungle from us. We have to defend the jungle from the white devils. What about you, Arron? Whose side are you on?
Oh, well, I'm the evil old-fashioned colonialist, so I'm on the side of the policeman. Tear the jungles down. Take them away.
It just reminds me of like when we were on the Minecraft server the other day, and Lynn said we're gonna stick a railway like through your swamp, and you were sitting there saying, "You can't stop bringing civilization to my swamp."
The swamp will stand. The jungle has fallen. Millions must colonize. So now this isn't the only combat, as our brave African warrior returns from Hyperborea, reinvigorated with new steroids.
From Wakanda.
He's back from Wakanda with new fent in his system, ready to fight.
Send me another unit. He's on foot, going down the berm.
He's coming back.
Hey, you gotta go down!
You ain't That's Jesus, bitch! That's Jesus, bitch! Bitch! That's Jesus! Yes! Oh!
Get down on the ground!
Jesus! 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 You ain't Jesus! Jesus! What no Jesus? Okay, let's see. Give me help. All right, listen, how strong Jesus is. Go ahead. Listen.
Get down on the ground now!
Lay down. Lay down. I'm strong, Jesus. I'm a Jesus woman. I'm a Jesus woman. I'm a Jesus woman. All my Jesus woman got behind me. Listen, we trained with you. So listen.
Now, they successfully arrest him, and then later on, the power of Jesus returns to our brave African warrior, a descendant is of the Zulus, I believe, and Jesus strikes again to save.
So we was sitting
I'm just
down,
gonna
right?
play it.
And we was chilling at the Peace Center in the day room, and I told him about it, right? And I told him about us looking forward. There ain't no next place mentality. There ain't no next place. There ain't no next place. In the name of Jesus, I repeat anything that is not of you in the name of Jesus.
The power of Jesus has struck again.
What happened there?
He must have attacked him from behind, the driver.
He was chanting prayers to Jesus, and Jesus struck the car.
I'm assuming he crashed. Right? I'm assuming he attacked the driver because he was just driving down the road and suddenly they just swerve. There's no reason to.
So obviously now that all of the police officers have to have body cams, we get to see the unarmed black men getting brutally beaten to death by evil police officers. And it's weird because like the black community defended them. Now, I believe
Average day in America.
Well, it's because you know how like black people can chimp out at any moment. It's like a superpower. So we got like the ability to invent, and they got the ability to like chimp out. Well, I think they all know they could do it at any moment, so they all like defend each other when they do, because they think, look, that could be me. I could be the one chimping out. Who would defend me? My black brothers. That's who. So that's why I think they all defend each other. But it's funny because it's such a blatantly like he's so blatantly in the wrong.
Hey, you gotta go down. You ain't
Can I just say, tasers are shit, by the way. Like, never put your life in the hands of a taser. And this is
make them stronger. I don't know why they don't.
Well, just use the gun. Like, this is the problem I have with American police. There's two kinds of American police. There's the kind that will never in his life touch his gun. Like, an army, an armada of criminals could be running after him. He's not touching his gun. And then there's another police officer who like guns down kids in the street because they looked at him weird. Like, there's literally those two police officers in America. And this is, unfortunately for us, this was an example of a police officer who refuses to touch his gun. And I don't understand why he didn't just shoot him.
I don't know. I think by this point, when he's already grabbed him, I mean, he can't exactly reach for his gun because he's trying to stop this black man who's already on top of him at this point.
Yeah, but then that also means you're not going to miss. Because you're not supposed to like aim for the head because it's pretty like a small area to hit. But from this range, you can aim there. I mean, you gotta, if you miss, like it's unironically a skill issue at that point. But yes.
And the thing is, you need to be very careful about it as well. Like,
yeah, I mean, this probably would have become a George Floyd thing. So we're moving on to we're leaving the police. We're leaving the police realms, and we're moving more onto just general one-offs I found. Now, Charlie knows more about this than me. Ethnic minority suspects given priority for bail.
yeah. Another day in the UK.
Well, yeah, but you know more about.
I think this was already the case.
Oh, yeah, but
anyway.
This is official. This would be official policy now.
Yeah.
Right, well, expand on it.
I don't know. What do you want me to say? I mean, the title summarizes it pretty clearly.
Who proposed it? Like, why did it not happen? And he'll tell us in DMs, but he won't tell us on stream.
What do you mean? This has already been done.
We haven't covered this on stream yet.
What did I tell you? Hang on.
You said it wasn't the Labour Party that did it. It was some like another group that the Labour Party made.
No, that was something else.
What was that then?
That was regarding the two-tier policing thing.
Is this not two-tier policing?
Oh. Yeah, but this is a different thing. This what I was talking about. Was about the jail sentences. That I think minorities would get shorter jail sentences than the natives.
Ah, right. Okay, well, expand on that then. Talk about that.
This is priority for bail, but I mean,
it came out on the same day.
Same thing, I guess.
Exactly.
But yeah, so it wasn't actually proposed by any particular party. It was proposed by I think it was the Sentencing Council, was it?
Yeah.
So it's a government quango that was probably set up by Tony Blair, honestly, and they basically they have control over sentencing, what the judges do and stuff like that, and the government has no actual way to control them. They could get rid of them, but other than that, they can't really do anything about them. And they wanted to bring in a system whereby ethnic minorities would receive a shorter sentence than English people for the same crimes, which is already the case, but this would make it official law. But But in comes Keir Starmer, apparently the based right winger, and said, "No, you're not doing that. We're going to oppose this in every way we can." He couldn't actually do anything other than just get rid of the Quango, but I mean, he's done it already to NHS England, so I mean, maybe he would have got rid of them, but literally, like the last day, like just before it's about to go through, they renounced it. They gave up on it.
Now, the reason why they did that is because it really is, it's arguably bad for them if it goes through. Because at the moment, it's enforced now. It is enforced. Foreigners do get less time in prison. But if it becomes official policy, well, that means they can't deny it anymore. Which is obviously why why Keir Starmer was so against it, because it means they don't get the plausible deniability. And it means he'd have to explain to Rupert Law tomorrow why it went through.
It's not because Labour actually oppose it. It's just because it's bad optics.
Yeah.
So, Arron, why do you think the Labour Party, or by the government, I'll say, or by the court system, we'll say, be more specific, are prioritising foreigners over natives in sentencing and bail?
Oh, because of all the stuff that Tony Blair did. He brought in the equality laws and he brought in the anti-racism, and the courts and the civil service have completely swallowed it whole. So they genuinely believe this.
They're all staffed by Labour voters. That's the thing.
Yeah.
All the people in control of these government quangos that were established by Tony Blair, they're all hardcore Labour voters. They all believe in sort of what the establishment wants, like all the things like mass immigration, things like that. They're they're pretty diehard communists, basically.
So, yeah.
And I'll tell you this. This was done intentionally by Labour, and I'm sure Keir Starmer probably would do the same sort of thing, probably getting closer to the end of his term. Where what Labour do is, anytime they're about to get voted out, they'll just stuff the government full of, well, Labour rights, basically, in sort of like these quangos that the Conservative Party or anyone else can't really do anything about. So it just ensures that basically Labour remains essentially in control of the government, even if they're not in power.
So could you not just fire them all?
You could, but I mean, the Conservatives aren't going to do that, are they?
Well, no. Arron?
And notice how Labour has no problem getting rid of them once they're optically bad for them.
Yeah, it's a very temporary alliance. But Rupert, you were gonna Rupert? Arron, you were gonna say.
Okay, we've got Rupert low on stream. This guy.
Oh yeah, just to reinforce what Charlie said about stopping these things and setting these things up right after they're about to leave office. The Sentencing Council it was established legislation in 2009. It came into being formally in April 2010, 1 month before Labour left office.
So has Nigel made any hints that he's going to try and deal with this, or is he just completely fine with it?
I'm not aware of him having said anything about it. I know he's opposed to tier policing, but I mean, easy win.
Yeah. Well, there's also just more general crimes that have been committed. So, what are the crimes that the government are trying to protect? Blackpool doctor not struck off by panel over one-off rape. It's just a one-off rape, bro. Come on, I mean, it's not as if he did it twice.
Oh, bro, I tripped.
It's it's just cartoonishly evil. What the fuck? Lancashire, no, would be.
Speaking of cartoonishly evil, I do think the guy was actually Indian as well.
You're joking.
In India, well known for their pretty comically evil rapes.
Well, it's the thing, nothing Indian. Like, there's no such thing as anything Indian, because if you think about it, like, gang rapes are Arabic, so they just stole that from the Arabs. No, what is that? I want a surname. I want a surname check. Because God forbid they put a picture of the Indian in the. Aha! Is this a video? Is this a video of them? I'm getting. That's Andrew. Because if there's a video of them, well, now hang on. We can look at the video and maybe we'll see the Indian. We know he's not white because, again, they didn't put a picture of him up.
You can tell by the name.
Yeah. It's not loading. Bro, modern media is like actually chronic. Like, bro, get your website working. You know what? I'm giving up. We're just gonna say he's Indian. If he's not, then honestly, a skill issue on the Indian part. So this Indian man raped a woman, but it was just a one-off, so it's fine. Now, if he did it a second time, well, then it'll be an issue. The panel, which emphasized the incident had not taken place at work, has been accused of victim blaming and failing to properly assess Dr. Foya Ahmad's risk, given that it found he had raped someone. Campaign group Surviving in Scrubs, I'd imagine that's the name of the group, founded by two doctors who aim to highlight sexism, sexual harassment, and sexual violence in the healthcare workforce, told the BBC it was appalling. Now, my question, I suppose this goes back to the rape gangs, is why is this allowed on Turf Island? Should the TERFs not be against this as well?
No, because it's wasn't done by a trans person.
So is it purely trans people that are allowed to blame for the rapes? Trans women and men?
TERFs means trans exclusionary radical feminists. So the only people they take issue with are trans people. They're still radical feminists. So.
And lefties. And so being Indian means he doesn't get held to the same account.
What if he's a trans Indian?
Wow. I mean, they'll be all over this then.
Yeah.
So what if instead of saying the Pakistani rape gangs, we say the trans Pakistani rape gangs? Would that work?
Oh yeah.
Presumably.
That's the strat, lads. We just call them trans and they get deported. It's like, do you know that foreigner that like refused to make it like a Jew's coffee, so he got deported the next day? It's like that. Now this isn't the only. Now this isn't a comedic case. This is a woman was raped by an Indian. Obviously horrific. But to move to lighter cases, I think the question of, so now that we've seen what the kind of crimes that the government are protecting, what are the crimes that the government are persecuting against? Toddler kicked out of nursery for being transphobic. The kindergarten has fallen. Millions must cry.
I mean, what did he say? Like...
We don't know. We just know he was transphobic. Bro, it's so over. Like, they're going after the toddlers now, Charlie. It's actually over.
Can you not bring that article up?
No, I'll Google it. Actually, I'll Google it. Toddler kicked out of school for transphobia. I forgot the Chad image. That's nursery. It wasn't school. It was nursery. Well, yeah, it was a toddler.
Something, really.
I'll very quickly scroll. Show that 94 pupils at a state primary school were suspended or permanently. What? 94 pupils at state primary schools were suspended or permanently excluded for transphobia and homophobia.
There's 10 pupils from year 1 and... What the hell?
Oh, it's one of these. If we're being like this, I don't like. Why are you making your article like pay? Like
because they have no money. They have no money,
Yeah.
so they got to charge people to look at their articles. So it just means less people look at the articles.
Right. Some screenshot
Yeah.
it.
These include 10 pupils from year 1 and 3 from. Why have they written it like that?
From
It
year
includes
1
10
and
pupils
3.
who the maximum age is 7.
The Labour Party's war on 7. The Labour Party are unironically just beefing with children. Like, what is this? Why are their biggest ops toddlers? The Pakistani rape gangs are just the hand of the government to oppress the toddlers from rising up. Seems too crazy to believe it. It's very crazy. But also, like, this does like blatantly show that like why are children even being exposed to trans stuff at the age of 7? Like, how are you
Then there's no means the maximum age of 7, implying that there's many below that age.
Yes. Like, why are toddlers being like? And didn't the government deny this? Like, didn't they say this wasn't happening?
I don't know, probably. They like to say things that aren't true.
Well, I'm gonna try and get a screenshot of some lower news, if I can. According,
Right, I'll put in the chat a link where you might be able to, you can get around the paywall.
ooh, that would be very useful.
Might work. Doesn't always, but you might work.
Remove paywall. It is a pretty big news company, and the Telegraph is somewhat big. So... Oh, I'm gonna cry. Why don't I have permission? Oh, something's changed. Oh, there we go. We've got it. Oh, we're so back. We're so back. We're still. This is not an isolated case. Apparently, 13, 4, and 5-year-olds was suspended or permanently excluded from school for the same reason. Actual 4-year-olds are beefing with the government. Teachers and school leaders involved in this insanity should be ashamed. True. Across all state schools, the number of pupils suspended or expelled for homophobic, transphobic behavior increased from 164 in those years to 178. So it's steadily increasing. The largest number of suspensions and exclusions for this reason was in Essex, Birmingham. Okay, so they're beefing with Muslim toddlers now. Again, Muslim toddlers, and Norfolk. How many of these do you think are actually Muslims?
Probably a good
So
percentage.
So Muslims and the inbred.
It beggars belief that schools are suspending children as young as 5 for breach. Well, it's as young as 4. You're one too high for breaching their transphobia policy. I would have thought that if your ideology is so rigid, it justifies you punishing toddlers for not complying with it. That's a powerful argument for discarding it in favor of something less dogmatic. Ooh, the word dogmatic. They like to call Christians dogmatic. That's impactful. Of these, Jesus Christ, such big numbers nowadays, were primary school students, an increase of 31% from that. So they're actually just beefing with 4-year-olds.
Yeah.
Damn. These are tomorrow's TERFs, Charlie. We have to show these toddlers respect. So, yeah, is that saying true? Sort of like in the last, like the closer to death a society comes, like the weirder its laws. I'll ask you, Charlie, because it's usually attributed to Rome.
I mean, well, not really. I don't think so. I don't really know much about Rome's legal systems, specifically speaking. But when it comes to the fall of Rome, it rarely comes up that the issue was within the legal system. So.
So
I don't think it was the
probably
legal
not.
system that destroyed Rome.
Well, now, how are we combating these genocidal toddlers, Charlie? How would you combat this?
Well, what I would do is not punish 4-year-olds for being transphobic. It doesn't really say what they even said as well, like which.
So you would cook to big toddler.
It seems so, yeah.
What about you, Arron? How would you deal with these evil toddlers?
Taken to a Toys R Us and getting whatever they wanted.
Nah, you're both wrong. See, what I would do is, and what I believe Keir Starmer would do is, I think I would show them Adolescence, the hit TV show on Netflix. So we're not going to watch it. Arron, have you actually seen Adolescence?
Not yet. I am planning to, and I'm going to do a review of it as well, but I've not seen it yet. But I did watch Lotus Eaters, where they spoke about it, and apparently what actually shown in the TV show is a bit different from what everybody's claiming about it. So I'm actually interested in watching it at some point.
Oh, so my understanding of it, and it could very well be wrong, is that this is Keir Starmer's new favorite TV show, and he really wants what's her name? Oh, I voted for her. What's her name? The black woman. Kemi. He really wants his best friend Kemi to watch the show. Now, Kemi is a little like our co-host, and Kemi refuses to watch the show despite the fact that it's really good. But like, in all seriousness, I genuinely think this is just a case of like they can't acknowledge, like they can't use any like real events because the real events are all of black people or like Muslims and that. So they have to make up a fictional event to get outraged over, sort of as a stand-in for the real, because they understand there is a problem, but they can't actually like use any of the real evidence. So they have to use their ideologically approved example, which of course, because it's left-wing and ridiculous, it's just completely fictional. Now, Charlie, what do you make of Adolescence?
Outside of what I've heard Carl and the Lotus Eaters say about it, I don't really know anything about it. I haven't seen it. I don't really have any plans to see it. I don't really watch Western media unless my girlfriend forces me to.
Minecraft.
We're gonna watch the Minecraft movie. I've got to watch that.
Yeah, that was my idea. Chicken jockey. Fenton Steel. Sorry, I'll let you continue.
I only want to watch that because I know it's going to be so bad. It's going to be funny. I've forgotten what I was talking about now.
Entirely sorry. You said you had no interest in watching it.
No, yeah, I have no interest in watching it really. So other than what I've been told, I don't really know much, but from what I have been told, it seems Aaron's correct. Like, they seem to have watched this and taken away the entirely like wrong interpretation from it. And the show seems very weird in that they basically accuse this kid who was mocked and bullied in front of the school, specifically by a girl he asked out and got rejected by. He gets very upset about this and eventually ends up murdering the girl.
Based?
So he gets arrested and essentially it's really weird. So the kid is like, oh, I murdered her just because I was getting bullied on social media a lot, and I just like all of that. And then like the policeman and like there's like a woman who interrogates him and stuff like that. I haven't seen it, but essentially they heard that and were like, yes, Andrew Tate, that's the problem.
It's weird that they always pick Andrew Tate because he's only popular among Browns as well. So
But they always pick Andrew Tate because he's the only guy in almost basically the entire world at this point who's speaking up for men. over the feminists.
Yeah, it's the series kind of mid.
Yeah.
I
mean, there's only one thing he says that I find particularly agreeable.
What was that?
Well, he says this all the time, but he says, unlike women, men aren't inherently born with any kind of value. Men make value through the things and the actions that they do.
Yeah, I like when he tells women to shut up. That's funny. That's a personal favorite of mine. But something I want to sort of touch on is like how fake all of the hype around it feels. Like, I can see no legitimate hype. It's all just Keir Starmer saying, Kemi, you should watch it. You said you'd watch it. She never did. You said you'd watch it yesterday, Kemi. Why aren't we watching it? And there's no one legitimate, like, it's just the government, like, trying to prop it up. And it feels like Kamala Harris's brat, you know? And it's just fake. It's fake. It's not working. It's fake. It would be interesting to see how many people watched it, and then like how many people watched it specifically because the government were trying to push it. That would be interesting to see if it actually worked, or if it was just women watching it on Netflix. Because it does look like no.
I was going to say, it gives a very insightful look into how Keir Starmer views his own children as well. Because he's been saying, "Oh, I've shown this to my kids, and I want my kids to watch this because, you know, that could be them one day." And I'm like, "What? You think your kids might murder a woman? What?"
Mine will. Well, yeah, it's very, very telling. And I think this appeals to women. This show appeals to women, I think.
Yes.
And as
It's
a
a woman
result,
show.
yeah, but as a result, I feel like it's not going to properly like portray the issue like accurately.
Oh, it doesn't.
Because again, why would like women don't understand men, and that's a problem we have obviously being in a matriarchy, is that women don't understand men, so they tend to just ostracize the boys, which has resulted in like a massive divide between men and women. Because instead of trying to understand them, which to be fair, they never will, they can't understand them because they can't look outside of their own mindsets. They've just completely ostracized them, and now it feels like they're demonizing them for not being like them.
Oh, this is a serious issue in schools that the boys are treated as defective women.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, defective girls.
And it's entirely a product of feminism. They entirely made it, and this is their bed to rest in. Andrew Tate is a product of feminism.
How many times in school did you get in trouble with a female teacher, and instead of telling you off or whatever, she gave you the glare?
Yeah.
But I was like really retarded, so I didn't know what that meant. So I
they
just
just
kept doing
stare
it.
you down, and it's like,
I didn't understand, so I just kept doing it, and then they get even more pissed off with us. One woman, right? I did not like her. So she was a substitute. It was for art class. She came in, and she made this speech about what we'd be doing. So I asked her, will we be doing the drawings all lesson, or will we be doing something later? So she said sorry, and then so I repeated myself, and then she said pardon. So I repeated myself. I thought the woman was deaf, and then she said get out. I was like, what? So I found out later, because I spoke to like a higher up, and he said that apparently she thought I was being rude. The woman was retarded. I was asking a question. I did not appreciate that. I was not happy with that. I never looked at her again. I thought the woman's schizophrenic. I want nothing to do with her. But yes. So what do we think an MP's day is? So they wake up, they watch Adolescents, they go to work, and then what do?
fuck all.
Well, they go into the Chamber of House of Commons and watch porn.
It's so based.
And they go and get drunk and have a fight. Then they go on Channel 4 News and complain. Then they go onto Twitter and complain about Channel 4 News on Twitter. And then they get to bed.
You forgot the one important bit. They fight for Pakistan. I gave my life for Pakistan. The following British MPs are campaigning on behalf of their constituents for a new airport in Pakistan. Like, it's the fact that they're just so openly, like, they're Pakistanis. Let's look at the names. Debbie Abrahams, woman. Zubia Ahmed. Oh, I'll let Charlie read them because I can't read these.
Tahir Ali. I can't read these. It's very bad quality. Something Khan.
I'll zoom the image up.
Is that Stella Creasy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Tan Dahisi. James Frith. Jill Furness. Adnan Hussein. Imran Hussein. Lord Quaban Hussein. Afzal Khan. I'm not trying that one. Mohammed. Lord Mohammed of Tinsley. Andrew Pax. Yasmin. That word. Naz Shah. Who the fuck is Baggy Shankar? What is that name?
Shout out to Baggy Shankar.
And Zara Sultana.
And it's the fact that like this is just openly happening. They're openly prioritizing Pakistani airports over Britain.
In all of that, there was one English man's name. All the other names were Muslim or women.
Did you notice the place in Pakistan where the airport's being made?
I did not know.
Look, it's down the it's on the last line. Look.
Mirpur Airport.
Yeah. You know that's where of the I think 60% or 60 to 75% of all British Muslims are Pakistanis, and their parents or grandparents come from Mirpur.
Ah, right. So
it's a particular area of Pakistan where they hate England.
And even within Pakistan, they're seen as backwards.
So just importing the most barbaric people from Pakistan into England.
Yes.
Yeah.
Average MP, you know. And so this is the question, like, why did we ever let foreigners like become MPs? Like, why was there never like an inbuilt like thing saying no, you have to be English or you have to be British?
Tony Blair.
What, did he remove it?
Oh, I don't know, but it's his fault for bringing them here at the very least.
Well, yeah.
I don't actually know what the laws regarding it all were, but I know we probably didn't have much in the way of restrictions as to who could become an MP, to be honest, because back in the 1800s we had Disraeli, didn't we? And he was a Jewish man.
We had a fucking Jew.
Well, supposedly he was actually a pretty good PM, but
yeah, apparently. But you know, I mean, Jewish.
I don't know much about the man, but apart from that, he's Jewish. But you know, I've heard good things.
Was actually a very good prime minister.
Was he?
Yes, very good. Yeah. He's the reason why we got the Suez Canal.
That's actually a pretty good idea then. There's much to ponder about the Jewish people now.
To be fair, Suez Canal, very good for the British Empire, very good for money. Jews do like their money, don't they?
That is true. That is very true.
Getting a Jew in power isn't actually probably be a pretty good idea for the economy.
So, I think we leave. Do we leave? Oh, my schizophrenic. I am a little schizophrenic, but we'll come back. So we leave Britain temporarily to talk about French women yet again. We're back, boys. Can't stay off the topic for too long. I get withdrawals. I'm like George Floyd when he has no vent. It's just like shaking. So, far-right leader Marine Le Pen banned from 2027 presidential race, throwing French politics into disarray. Now, obviously, if you're going to lose an election, but you're currently in power, just outlaw the opposition. It's a tried and tested way, and it has never had any bad side effects. So if you
what is this? You keep copying and pasting into Google, and it keeps coming up with a 30 Years' War. Like, why does it keep doing that?
It's just my shortcut to Google.
Oh.
So, Jesus. So What do
Oh,
we
mama,
make?
Jesus.
That's what I'm saying. Like Jesus. So what do we make of Marine Le Pen being put against the wall?
Well, I mean, first, who is this Aryan queen on my screen?
I think that's Le Pen's niece.
Oh, is it her
Is
niece?
it?
Yeah, or a relative of hers.
Marion
Still
Marechal
a
Le
word.
Pen. Ooh. I don't understand French names. So she's got the same.
Well, they're French.
Yeah, very weird peoples. But yeah, so what do we make of her execution?
Well, I mean, there was no reason for this other than to, well, yeah, to get her out of the presidential race because she was going to win the election. The actual reason that they kicked her out, basically the cover up they gave was she gave money to someone when she was supposed to give that money to someone else.
Oh,
yeah.
Just nuke her home now. What is she thinking?
She got like money from the EU that was supposed to go to a party, and then like she gave the money to this guy when it was supposed to go to this other guy. It's just, do you think other French parties don't end up doing things like that?
It's just a literal nothing burger.
Yeah,
Yeah, and that's probably why she's going to win on appeal, because her legal team will just bring up example after example of other French parties doing the exact same thing as she did, and either the French legal system will have to overturn the conviction, which will probably happen because the alternative is convicting that, which will open a Pandora's box that the French political class do not want opened. So she'll almost likely win on appeal.
Well, I mean,
yeah, it's either let her win the appeal or the entire French political system is going to court.
Yeah.
And like, so in case you might have forgotten what happened during the French election, Marie Le Pen was going to win, but then all of the other parties formed what I can only describe as a 1930s French alliance to stop her specifically from winning.
Oh, it has an official name. It's called the Republican Pact.
The Republican Pact.
Yeah.
Essentially, every single party came together in a coalition against her, pretty much, and then still almost lost.
And they did it against her father in 2002, I believe, as well.
So, is this? So, am I right in assuming that like the French Parliament would have to be hung, so like they actually can't do anything? Because obviously this Grand Alliance would be so splintered.
Well, see what it did do, which is not very good for Macron, is that it ended up with a bunch of communists actually gaining seats.
Yeah.
So not like, I don't mean that in the case of like someone from like the Labour Party or something. I mean like the literal Communist Party of France.
Yeah.
So this is very much a temporary solution. Obviously, they know next election they're fucked. They can't pull this again because now everyone knows.
And you see, the thing is that Macron probably doesn't want to get bumped off by, well, the literal communists either. Not to mention the fact that he has to do a lot of, well, basically tying himself up in knots, trying to keep them in the coalition. Because obviously they've gotten a whiff of power, and now they're like, well, hang on, we can push with this.
So, but if they leave the coalition, then would anything change?
Not really, because they wouldn't let National Rally into power in the Parliament.
Mm-hmm. So, the French Republic is steering on revolution. Obviously, being France, I mean, what's more French than killing Frenchmen? They're really itching for it. You know, you can feel it in their bones. And if this Aryan queen told me to kill Frenchmen, I'm just saying. But yes, so she has been put against the wall. Now I didn't actually know she could repeal. So it does seem like it depends on if she gets her repeal to succeed, then she'll just get elected next election, and France will be a right-wing country. Or
the French have proven that they can twist and bend their political system as much as they need to keep people they don't want out of power. But they are living on borrowed time at this point because, I mean, how you can't hold back the tide forever.
That's something
Yeah, and
Nigel
also-
Farage will find out as well.
And also with Le Pen, even if, let's say, she doesn't win her appeal, which almost likely will, her second in command is a young bloke called Jordan Bardello, and he could
Zuma.
quite easily, he could quite easily stand and win in Le Pen's case, Le Pen's place. So they've replaced one well-known nationalist likely with another, and one with more energy overall.
And this is the thing. Like, they didn't ban the party from running; they banned her specifically from running.
Yeah.
Which again doesn't really matter if just her second is just like, well, okay, I'll just run as the leader then.
So, in basic, they're trying everything they possibly can to stop her from running. Now
They're on borrowed time. The what is it? The Seventh Republic is imminent.
Yeah. That would be the Sixth Republic, rather than the fifth one now.
The sixth one, okay.
well, you could say that about all left-wing governments in the West, really. Like, they are all on borrowed time. Well, except for Germany. That one seems pretty strong, but it's literally Germany, so what do you expect?
The AfD keep growing in the polls.
Yeah, that is true. But
It's East Germany now. It'll be more Germany next time.
it is. And
I
you should
just
hear-
find it really funny that it's you see this all the time as well. Like, a country gets independence from communism and immediately goes like far right.
you should. Have you heard the way the Germans talk about like the East Germans? They talk about them like they're a parasite, like a sickness. It's like, calm down, Hitler. Fucking, he's back quick, isn't he?
Oh yeah, the unification of Germany was not as smooth a thing as people think it is.
No.
Like, after being separated for so long, there is a real sort of cultural difference between the two.
Now, this isn't
And
the
that's on top
only.
of
No.
I was just going to say that separation also added to sort of the already existing regional differences that hadn't exactly been which had only pretty much been papered over since 1871.
Yep. The Bavarians are still.
Yeah.
Well, there's a Bavarian independence movement. I don't really know if they have any real sway or anything like that, but I know it exists.
This isn't the only European woman to be put against the wall. As Spanish activist Isabel Peralta, known for her statements such as, "This is not immigration, this is an invasion, and Spain is Christian, not Muslim," has reportedly been sentenced to prison for inciting discrimination and hatred. So what do we think, lads?
Good picture.
Yeah.
Again, they hate an Aryan queen. Okay, that's all it is.
The thing is, the Spanish have a real issue with this as well, because, I mean, they're dealing with, well, essentially the descendants of, like, literal crusaders.
Mm.
Like, Spain is very Catholic, fervently so.
It's the problem I think they have is the more of their opposition.
The foundational story of Spain is literally crusading against Muslims.
The more of their opposition they arrest, the less patience people are going to have with them.
Yeah.
And the left are kind of dependent on preying on. It's like, Arron, have you ever seen Free Run?
I don't think I have, no.
Oh, you should watch it. It's Kino.
Oh, that's a very good show.
Well, in Free Run, the demons, they speak English to deceive people. And that's kind of like what socialists are. Like, they're speaking to deceive, and they will try and prey on, like, your kindness. But the more, like, they fuck people over, the less kindness they're gonna get. And, well, if you're dependent on, like, mercy, you're like, actively, like, pushing that away from you, you're not going to do very well.
You can tell a communist is lying because their mouth is moving.
Yes. Now we have six more messages, tweets. Now, who here knows who Natasha Crow is?
Recognize the name.
Well, I don't. So now,
She's probably said something stupid on Twitter before, and that's probably just where I've heard it.
probably. Now, this is Lawrence Fox, who smears LGBTQ plus sex workers. No, what? I am actually going schizophrenic. What the hell? I blinked and my IQ just dropped. As sexual offenders, has been charged as a sex offender. Now, do we know what he did?
I am unaware.
No.
He posted porn on Twitter. Now, Lawrence Fox's complaint against TV star Narendra Kaur, we all know who she is dropped by police after he accused her of making criminal allegations in row over upskirting photo. Now, apparently, someone took an upskirt photo of her. Noticeably, it was not Lawrence Fox. This was, of course, shared all over online because, she's a bit of a fucking floozy. And in an argument, Lawrence Fox posted the image. This, of course, now.
Okay, bad form, but I don't know if that makes you a sex offender.
Like, why is he said like? And I pointed out very simple. Sex offenders vary from sharing porn on Twitter to raping kids. The term is too vague to be used while we have international socialists in the country. They will subvert anything, and we are forced to be hyper-specific. So, again, it's too vague of a term to have subversives in the country. We need to be hyper-specific. Because I might be wrong here, okay? And I know we're so socialists in the call, so we can't really get fact-checked. But there's a difference between raping a woman and sharing porn on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if I can scroll through my account.
I'm not going to. You post egregious things on there. So, this is what I think. I'm going to class this as lawfare, because realistically, like, what did he? Was it unbecoming of a gentleman? Yes. Okay, sure. Was it illegal? No, that's retarded. So, there's a reason why I've included this with the other two, because this is what I think to be an example of the establishments of, or Narendra Kaur, the woman who LARPs as a Geordie, attacking the right wing. As Lawrence Fox is actually pretty big on the right. I don't hear much about him, but apparently with normies, he is actually pretty big.
Yeah, but he's that sort of guy, isn't he? He's a media personality.
And this isn't like I mean, Lawrence Fox is known to hit below the belt. So.
No, he can be quite like belligerent in that way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of respectable. But yeah, this is an example. I see them all celebrating. Now I do obviously want to clarify. He's being charged as. Is he even being charged? Because it hasn't been proven in court yet. I don't know how like specific legal terms work.
Charge would imply that he's been given a criminal sentence, I believe.
Yes, which he hasn't. He's just been accused of it, and it's currently going through the court system. So that's actually not true. But even if it is true, which it probably will be, I mean, he's right wing going to the courts. They're obviously not. They're obviously going to try him guilty. I think it proves to just the simplicity. Like you can't simplify things anymore. Because again, he's accusing them of being rapists, and she simplified it to sex offenders. Obviously, now that we've expanded the term a bit, now we can have you included as a sex offender. But it also raises the question of, does the law determine who is and is not a sex offender?
In terms of sentencing, I guess, yeah. But I mean, laws supposedly are meant to be based off of the morality of the people. I don't know. Would the British people consider this to be a sexual offence?
I struggle to believe it would.
Definitely uncouth. But I don't know. It seems a bit excessive of a charge for what he did.
There's also the possibility that he didn't know it was an upskirt. Because, I mean, Narendra does strike me as the kind of woman who would, like, you know, post pictures of that online. So then there's also the question of, would he be found innocent if he didn't know it was an upskirt? Or is it a case of, as long as you post that image online, then it's a crime? Or is it only specifically for the purpose of making her embarrassed?
I haven't seen the picture, so I mean, if I saw it, I might be able to give a better answer. But
the accusation is too vague. And like, what is like the actual criminal aspect of this? Sharing the image to embarrass her? Is this being classed as revenge porn?
well, I suppose what like they would say is you've posted an exposing picture of a woman without her consent. Again, I haven't really seen the picture, so I don't know how exposing it is. Really, I don't.
But anyway, so with the story, he has obviously launched a complaint against her, but obviously as she's left wing, he's right wing, that was disregarded by the police. So it's interesting that Nigel Farage, like, what legal issues has Nigel had since taking on Reform?
I mean, besides the stuff with Rupert Lowe, seemingly not much.
Exactly. Possibly further evidence that he may be controlled opposition.
Well, he's been around for a while, and he's been in the political system for a while, so.
That is true. That is fair. Now, Arron, what do you make of Zoomer Historian?
I don't have a lot of time for him.
Not a fan?
No, he made a tweet a few days ago claiming that Churchill started the Second World War, and I was just sitting there thinking, no, that was Chamberlain and Halifax got us into the Second World War, not Churchill. It just no. I'm going to say there's a lot to criticise Churchill for. But British government policy in the 1930s was not really affected by Churchill's criticism from the backbenches. That was done by Baldwin, Chamberlain, and Halifax. That's what going on about Churchill being the one that took Britain into the war, or Churchill was the quote unquote chief villain of the war, is just ridiculous to my mind.
Nazis really like to hype up the influence Churchill had in Britain, before he was Prime Minister. It's really very little.
Yeah.
He said a lot, but I mean, he had no influence on government policy, really.
Yeah, I mean, within the Conservative Party in the 30s, he was regarded as a maverick on the extreme, on the right of the party. He not only was he regarded with great suspicion by most of the Conservative Party because when he'd been in the Liberal Party, it supported Irish Home Rule, but he was campaigning against the Government of India Act or Government of India Bill that was going through Parliament at that point, which was generally supported by the Conservative Party, and he was advocating for rearmament when it definitely wasn't popular with the public, and the Conservative Party was very antsy about rearming at all at that point. So the idea that he was somehow some kind of secretly pulling the strings behind the scenes is just ridiculous. Those years described as his wilderness years, and he really was in the wilderness. They weren't taking notice of him other than to criticise him.
So,
from what I understand as well, Britain didn't start rearming until 1938, did we?
Yeah, about 37, 38. It was when the country, that was when the public had started coming around to the idea. They attempted to do it in 34, just before Baldwin became Prime Minister, and there was a by-election immediately after Baldwin made a statement about it, and the National Government candidate lost the election to an anti-government candidate.
So, Charlie, what do you make of our friend Zuma Historian?
Again, I don't have any time for him either. I mean, he's an Englishman, right? Right? And he's a Nazi and a Catholic. I mean, why aren't you living in fucking Europe? Why are you
He's a
here?
Bavarian LARPing his English.
He actually is.
So, here we have a post from Zuma Historians making fun of Churchill from the... That is such a small image. Jesus, can I increase that size, please? Nope, you don't get to increase the size. So here we have pointing out that Churchill wanted to liberate Poland from German rule, and at the end of the war, they all celebrated, despite the fact that Polish independence was not achieved. Now, obviously, the problem I have with this post is that it implies he doesn't know what Operation Unthinkable was.
It implies that he's absolutely stupid and doesn't know anything about, like, Churchill's opinions about the end of the war.
Now,
or even sorry.
No, please.
It also shows he knows nothing about Churchill's opinions of the Polish Guarantee in March 1939 either, which Churchill, I seem to remember, criticised that as well.
So, one of the things that not a lot of people know is that this man right here, what's his name, the cripple? FDR.
FDR.
Yeah. FDR actually betrayed the British Empire after World War II. Now, Churchill wanted to liberate Poland. He wanted to liberate all of Europe from socialist scum. Now, FDR, who may or may not have been a socialist, I'm not entirely sure, but there were certainly communists in the American government, actually sided with Stalin against Churchill. Now, Charlie, do you have the... I should have asked you prior to stream, I completely forgot. Well, I was going to ask you yesterday, but then time got ahead of us. Do you have the document of FDR and Stalin partitioning India?
Yeah, I have it somewhere on my phone, I think. I don't...
Well,
it's going to be buried somewhere. You could try and find it, but...
Well, we don't need it if you can simply explain what it said and just sort of what happened around it.
Well, basically, FDR consistently went behind Churchill's back to work with Stalin to, well, essentially dismantle the British Empire. The image I had was specifically about the Tehran conference, but this happened numerous times. Where just before the meeting, where the Stalin... wait, was it? No, it wasn't Tehran. I think it was the Yalta. It doesn't matter. But basically, the three of them got together to discuss the war. And just before the meeting was meant to go, Roosevelt basically grabbed Stalin, pulled him to one side, and said, "Look, what we could do after the war, right, is we've both grown significantly, militarily speaking, during this war. Britain's in a very weak position right now, considering their situation. We could work together to essentially dethrone Britain as the global superpower and dismantle their empire and establish ourselves in control of the world." And one of the proposals Roosevelt gave to Stalin was, look, we'll essentially help you establish a communist state in India and overthrow the British rule. Now, what makes this even funnier is the fact that, A, Stalin was just like, couldn't believe what he was hearing, because he went to the conference expecting the two of them basically gang up on him. But But here was the US president literally telling Stalin, look, let's work together to destroy Britain. And Stalin actually had to turn him down, saying, like, well, we've got a lot of problems at the moment. We can't really afford to start basically subverting India and trying to start a communist revolution there. Like, we don't have the resources for that at the moment. It never even ended up happening anyway. But there was another thing that makes it very stark is after the end of the war, the US had supplied a lot of equipment through its Lend-Lease scheme to both the Soviets and Britain. After the war ended, America immediately demanded payment on all of the equipment that Britain got. The Russians got it for free. So, no, don't worry about it.
So we have a very clear example of the Americans working against British interests. And so I think to blame the utter failure of World War II on Churchill is kind of retarded in a nice way. Because Churchill fought against this, but when you're betrayed by the two strongest countries on earth, well, now your hands are a bit tied.
I mean, I can go on with more examples. I mean, like, just for the picture here, Churchill planned what was called Operation Unthinkable, where essentially the Western Allies would declare war on the Soviet Union. And one of the reasons for this was because, well, hang on, the Soviets have just occupied and taken over Poland when we fought this war specifically because we were guaranteeing Poland's independence. I mean, not that the Soviets gave a shit, but, you know. I mean, literally, when the Soviet army reached the Vistula River, just outside of Warsaw, the Polish, assuming the Soviets would help them, rose up to overthrow the Nazi rule. And the Soviets saw this and thought, nah, we're not helping them. So the Soviets actually prolonged the war and led to the deaths of more Polish people, particularly during the uprising, because the Nazis came down really fucking heavy on it. And yet they just left the Polish to just die. Once the Germans had dealt with the Polish, they continued on their way. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and when that happened, the RAF were planning to spy the Poles, and the Soviets just refused to let them. Just point blank refused.
Yeah, the Soviets threw Poland under the bus, and they knew that the Western powers weren't well. They assumed the Western powers were one. Apparently, the Americans didn't give a shit. And I mean, well, yeah. I mean, what were the Poles to do, really?
So we have a very clear example of both the Soviet Union and the American Empire throwing Europe under the bus, obviously Europe including Britain, to ensure their own dominance over the continent, which would later result in the Cold War, which was, again, the American Empire competing against the Soviet Union. Now,
nothing like American foreign policy to shoot America in the foot.
So, I think this image and this opposition to Churchill, who realistically, like, what was he to do? Like, if you're Churchill in this situation, your closest ally has just betrayed you, and now you're positioning. You've been positioned against the two strongest countries on earth. Like, you can't win that. So
when Churchill proposed Operation Unthinkable to the Americans, they just basically laughed at him. Just didn't give a shit. They were just like, "Nah, we ain't doing this." Even though one of the reasons Churchill planned for it is he said to the Americans, "Look, you have nuclear weapons now. The Soviets don't. We have a massive advantage here." And the Americans just like, "Nah, don't give a shit."
Could have nuked Moscow and it would have been fine.
They could have used them. One of the reasons the Americans opposed it was they basically said, "Well, look at the size of the Soviet army; they're massive." And it's like, you have nuclear weapons. You could nuke their army. The Soviets won't be able to do anything about it. And the Soviet Air Force was literally a pile of shit. I mean, what? You think the Soviet Air Force was going to stop fucking the fleets of strategic bombers from Britain and America.
It was pretty much a guaranteed win for the battle, for the war. But obviously the Americans wanted to carve up Europe between the two, the liberal world and the international world. So to blame Churchill for this, which Azuma does a lot. Azuma does not like Churchill, though then again, he's Hitler's top guy, so why would he like Churchill? Is completely like misunderstanding the entire situation.
He just doesn't know, and I suspect he doesn't really want to know. I mean, last time I heard of him before here, I was on YouTube and I saw a video of his. I didn't watch it, but I looked at the title and it was debunking the Lebensraum myth, and it's like, what myth? What?
Yeah.
And
what
for
explicitly stated Nazi ideology is a myth? Like what?
And for the viewers who may not know what that is, what is the Lebensraum?
Lebensraum means it's German for living space, and it was well, it is the Nazis' idea. So they wanted to conquer essentially Eastern Europe, specifically the Soviet Union, for the purposes of allowing Germany to achieve socialism. I'm not going to beat around the bush here. The Nazis were socialists. Just a different kind of socialism to communism. I mean, again, it's pick your flavor of socialism. There's many of them out there. But what Hitler knew that most other communists don't understand is like, well, we now have a lot of natural resources here. If we want to achieve full socialism, we don't actually have the means to do it right now. But he saw his solution in Eastern Europe and specifically the Soviet Union, not only to destroy communism, which he saw as a Jewish plot to destroy civilization, but also because the Soviet Union is a massive country, and massive countries have vast amounts of natural resources. Specifically, in the case of the war, the Nazis and Hitler wanted to secure the Caucasus region and southern Ukraine and southern Russia and all of that, due to its vast amounts of oil. Which would fuel the German war machine and allow them to continue their sort of use of blitzkrieg tactics, which had proven very effective. But as the war dragged on, the Germans were finding themselves in an increasingly difficult situation tactically on the battlefield because they couldn't supply their mechanized forces with the fuel they needed to operate.
So, Zuma historian, does he acknowledge that the Nazis were socialists, or does he lie about that?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't give the guy the time of day.
He liked
the
one
little
of my
I've,
posts.
the little I've seen of his videos, he's essentially giving the Germans during the Second World War the strongest possible defense. So I think he's pudging things, shall we say?
Iron Man, the Nazis.
This man goes as far out of his way as he possibly can to defend everything about the Nazis.
Yep.
The British Free Corps. Do you know how many people were in the British Free Corps?
It was about 14, wasn't it, at most?
I think 27 was their max, but they only had that for a couple of days.
Yeah.
It's not really that impressive of a Free Corps.
One thing Nazis completely fail to understand is the opinions of British people and the fact that they would never agree to anything that the Nazis wanted. I've spoken to so many Nazis on Twitter saying, "Why didn't you just ally with us in World War II? We could have destroyed communism and shared the world together." And it's like, because you're a bunch of socialist fucks. That's why.
The problem isn't that they're communists. The problem is that they're socialists, which you are too.
It's just. And the reason they keep trying to butter me up is they're like, but look at Hitler. He had so many positive things to say about the British people. They thought you were such a good civilization. It's like, oh yeah, no shit. We had the largest empire on Earth. We've got to be doing something right.
The Blitz myth. Okay, right. This might be very entertaining to watch.
I have not watched many of his videos, but the videos I have watched I just sat there going like, this is just like not true.
Does the Blitz myth not strike your interest though? Like how is this a myth, bro?
I would be interested in hate watching him, but I don't want to sit here and watch like one of his like hour-long fucking like video essays. I'm not giving this man like that amount of like time of my life.
Ah, that is fair. That is fair. So we have 5 more. I can't count. We have 4 more topics. Now I understand 2 of them should have been mentioned earlier. I added them fairly recently, and by recently I mean like 2 hours ago. Well, 5 hours now. So we'll start with Halverson. Now, what do we all think of the name Halverson?
Very Scandinavian.
Yeah.
Now, this good man, Barry Halverson, now we could scroll up and read, but I think you know what's being said based on this tweet. So now, Charlie has a very beautiful feminine voice, so I'll let you read this.
How do I now? I've
Absolutely.
people talk about my deep voice before, okay. When you say own people, is it the Neolithic, Bronze Age, Iron Age, Roman, early medieval, Norman, late medieval, Tudor, Hanoverian, Victorian, Edwardian, post-World War II, or post-social media incel British peoples you most identify with?
Personally, it's the social media incel British I identify with. But I want to very quickly just mention late medieval up until, well, okay, all of this are the same people. They're all the
Yeah.
English. Like, I don't know why he's like pretending they're different groups of people. No, they're all the English. Norman, okay, they're foreigners. Okay, they're Normans from France. So I don't think anybody includes the Normans when they're saying our people in Britain. I mean, I might be wrong here. Have any of you heard anyone refer to the Normans like that?
Besides people who seem to like the Normans, no.
Early medieval.
Not really.
Now, Charlie, when is the early medieval? Because I'm noticing there's 2 groups of people here that he's not mentioning, and I'm wondering if he's including them in early medieval.
Well, considering he's put these in chronological order and he's put early medieval before Norman, I assume he's referring to the Anglo-Saxon era.
Yeah.
So, does he just like not believe in the Celts?
Presumably that goes with the Roman era?
But the Celts were significantly before the Romans, and the Celts were also after the Romans as well.
Well, I mean, the Celts came here about the Iron Age, roughly, so do people... Are there any particular English people who consider the Romans part of the English people through time?
I don't think so.
I mean...
I think the reason he's not mentioned the Celts is because he's having a go at the English, not the Scots, the Welsh, or the Irish. He doesn't want to offend them.
It's true. We can't mention the Celts. We can't hit our fans. But like, it doesn't make sense because, I mean, I'll take Northumbria as the prime example because I'm a big fan of it. Northumbria obviously is a unification of Bernicia and Deira. Bernicia and Deira were both Celtic kingdoms before they were Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. They were obviously taken over by the Anglo-Saxons and continued to become Northumbria, which would then later join England. Or, well, it would be with England in the unification. So the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were a continuation of the Celtic kingdoms, the Brythonic kingdoms that came before them. So I actually don't...
I wouldn't call them a continuation. They conquered them.
Sure, but they continued structures.
Anglicized, sure, but yeah.
Yeah. So I actually don't think you can like differentiate the modern English from the Brythonic, like the Brythons of the Hen o' Gled or the I don't know any other Celtic kingdom in Britain.
Strathclyde.
Yeah, Strathclyde and that. So
Formal.
Cornwall, yeah. I don't think you can actually differentiate them. So when he says and this is why I like early medieval, like, can you not just say Anglo-Saxons, please? Because now we're discussing, like, are you including, like, the post-Roman Celts? Or are you just thinking the Anglo-Saxons?
Well, I think there's a point where we need to differentiate the Celts and the Anglos, but there is a certain point where they do. There is a bit of a merger. I don't know when I'll put that, but
Well, the modern English are a combination of the Anglo-Saxons and Britons.
yeah.
So
didn't start like that though, did it?
No, they were two separate groups. But so yeah, there was this post, and I wanted to point out just how, like, weird it was, because this isn't like, because obviously we've all seen posts like these, like, oh, your ancestors were invaded, raped, and killed, so why can't I do it to you? Like, we've all seen posts like this, but this one was weird. Because first of all,
see, people in the past did it, so it's okay today. But apparently that doesn't apply anywhere else.
Because
apparently, otherwise, people in the past are backwards and evil, and racist, and probably fascist before
based.
fascism.
Helverson doesn't mention the Vikings either, and I wonder why he doesn't mention the Vikings.
Alvis.
So it is weird because late medieval.
Presumably they go in early medieval, but I mean, again, I need to ask the question: like, do English people consider the Vikings part of their people?
Not, I mean, certainly not down south. I know we have a lot of, like, leftovers in the north that have yet to be deported.
I mean, maybe if you live in, like, York.
Yeah. But yeah, this was just a very weird post because, again, like, these are all the same people. Early medieval, like, bro, could not be more vague. Normans and Romans, nobody considers them our people. And I'd imagine
Does early medieval count the Dark Ages?
I don't know.
Do we even enter the medieval period before the Norman arrival in England?
I would. It's hard to say because the Anglo-Saxons were pretty, like, underdeveloped compared to the rest of Europe. Like they didn't even have castles until the Normans.
Yeah, but you need to understand part of that also comes down to separation basically.
Yeah.
It's not until sort of like sort of the late medieval times, sort of going into the Tudor period, where travel across the sea became something that wasn't extremely risky,
Well, there's a reason the Romans had a harder time conquering Gaul than they did Britain.
You think that meant to be the other way around?
They had a harder time conquering Gaul than Britain.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. No, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about, like, ships. I was like, well, hang on a minute. The Romans really struggled to cross the Channel.
Oh no, I mean, like, the Gallic army was able to put up a lot better opposition than the British armies.
Yeah, the Celtic Britons, when the Romans arrived, they didn't even have, like, iron tools. Like, it's actually wild. It's like agriculture was something new to them.
So I think the message we need to take away from this tweet is that Halverson, they all have to go. They all have to be deported. Every single one of them have to go. And I'm including the Norse in this. Again, the Nord continues his attack on the Angelson, which is a term I really like, actually. I like this term. Do you know what Angelson means?
Is it Old English for... well, English?
Yeah. It's the English kind. The Angelson is the English, and I really like that term. They all have to go. So, another one we have. Well, actually, Arron, I'll let you sort of comment on this. What do you make of the Nord's attempt to destroy the Angelson?
Typical behaviour.
True. I also loved I had to mention incel. Like that was.
Oh, leftists can't make arguments without saying incel somewhere.
That's something I wanted to ask. That's only a question I've had. Like, have you ever noticed that women always talk about sex when like they insult someone?
Well, yeah, but that's because that's the only unit of value they have now, because feminism.
Yeah, but like I saw this video, and I'm pretty sure it was on stream, so I might be like repeating myself. I'm not sure. But a woman, like this guy there was a protest, something I don't know what it was about, but this guy came up and he said he basically started laughing at them, and the women like turned to each other and said, "Oh, let him masturbate." And I thought, well, why did your mind immediately go to masturbation? Like I was very like confused at that. Like, why is that your first thought? And then I kind of realized, well, when a woman wants to insult someone, like she does make sexual comments. Like it's always
sex or appearance. It's because that's how they insult each other. Because again, it's how they value each other.
Hmm.
The problem is that doesn't really work on men.
Yeah, it just kind of weirded me out. I was like, well, hang on, what? Oh, hang on. Let's actually. I actually want to read this now because I've just read. Jesus Christ, Barry, calm down. Take a seat. Okay. Do you consider giving away your homeland as patriotic? I don't consider I'm giving away my homeland because I ain't. Simple, really. It's not his homeland. He's a fucking Viking. He acknowledges that this is not his homeland. You are happy for your own people to be. See, Serena hasn't picked up on the Havison. Now, from my time Jew hunting, I know to check surnames. That's like step one. So she hasn't picked up the strat yet. When you say my own people, so is he pretending to be a patriot, or is he a Tory?
I don't know.
He's from Essex too. I think he might be a Tory. Nope, never mind. He's not a Tory. Never mind, lads. We don't know what he is. So here is a tweet from Tom Harwood, that is also responding to this tweet. Now, I'll play this. It's only 33 seconds.
I'm afraid the language he's using is completely wrong because.
Okay, Paula, can we just be respectful, please?
I'm very respectful. I'm very respectful.
I've seen your YouTube channel. It's not very respectful.
I'm afraid I don't use gender language, and no one can force.
Well, nobody can force you to do anything, but it's politeness in social settings,
Let's let
isn't it?
Paula continue. We have freedom of speech in this country. Paula.
Yeah, so this is freedom
Do
of
we?
speech, so he's a man. So I don't care if men use the word misogyny just out of. I'm afraid.
But this was so he basically just said so she called a man, and he said, "Well, now hang on, can't be having that." Which is weird because this is GB News, and I was told this was a right-wing news source, but evidently not.
It depends who you get on.
Yeah.
It does a bit of GB News.
Now, she does actually make an L. I'm afraid I don't use gendered language. You do, but then she's also foreign, so I could probably excuse that. So, here we have Tom Harwood, who I believe is this person right here. They look similar.
Yeah.
Right. So, Tom Harwood says, lots of people are going to think going out of their way to say he's a man to trans women today is clever, funny, or popular. But they'll find the overwhelming majority of this country thinks it's plain rude. Now, we previously read the approval rating of trans people, so we know this isn't accurate.
Just see the top comment from Callum down there.
Yes, Callum. But so.
Shut up, gay boy.
I simply mentioned like. Now, Tom may call us rude for saying this, but he'll never call us wrong. And that's, I think, the message. That's the position we need to hold against the subversives. It may be rude. It may be racist. It may be sexist. It may be homophobic. It may be, dare I say, anti-Semitic. But it's never wrong. And
that's all they ever do, though, is they throw character assassinations at you, isn't it? And it's like, well, the problem is I don't give a shit what you think about me, but what you aren't saying is that what I'm saying is wrong.
And I think every time Tom speaks, all you have to say is, Tom, you are homosexual. The word homosexual is so powerful.
In that case, he's actually accurate because he is one. He's openly one.
I like the term homosexual more than gay. Because it's longer, so you really have to go out. You go out of your way to say it, which means it's a lot more impactful.
Yeah, well, it's also the fact gay has been just... It's like the word fascist. Just has no real meaning anymore. People just use gay as like an insult at this point, don't they? For just anything they don't like.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I did just want to point this out. Like, GB News is supposed to be right wing. Why is there a homosexual defending trans women?
Again, with GB News, it can really just depend on who you have on.
Yeah.
So we have two final topics now. I left the biggest for the last. So we have the Fabian Society and we have the Manosphere. Now, the goal is to read this entire article.
Right, just before you do, I just need to get to the toilet.
That's fine, right.
I want to do the same thing as well.
Oh, Charlie, you can't go while he's gone. I need someone to bounce off.
Alright, well, go on then.
I'll make it quick.
Right, hold it until he gets back. So, Charlie, what do you think of our Manosphere leader, Sargon of Akkad?
Oh, Benjamin, I'm pretty sure he made a video on this article, didn't he?
Yeah.
I seem to recall watching that. And he said it himself. He doesn't really consider himself part of the Manosphere. He considers himself part of the Dadasphere. Which, yeah, honestly, is a much better thing than the Manosphere. All the Manosphere is at this point is just Andrew Tate basically complaining about women. Which is all well and good, but, you know. I mean, I can complain about women all day. I mean, there's a lot of things to complain about when it comes to women. But Carl goes a step further and does something a lot more useful, which is actually telling men what they can actually do to improve their lives. That isn't just buy 7 Lamborghinis and have sex. Because, I mean, that's not real happiness. That's giving yourself a dopamine hit to stave away the depression for another day. It doesn't actually make anyone truly happy. It's not long-term happiness, or you don't actually do anything either. Like, you haven't accomplished anything. It's just materialism.
You say that, but tomorrow you're going to do drugs.
Am I?
And I know this because every time you say don't do drugs, you always do it the next day.
Well, I mean, today is 4/20 if you read the date the American way, so, I mean, if I was going to do drugs any day, it'd probably be today.
Bro took the day off. I'm scrolling. What?
what the fuck is that? I really do not do drugs that much.
You only do drugs when you talk about how you don't do them.
It's a coincidence, I promise.
Is it?
I promise. What it is I probably know that I'm going to be doing this tomorrow. It's on my mind, so I end up speaking about it.
Oh, hang on.
It's like, I'm going to the club tomorrow, so I'll probably end up doing it.
Stream has actually just committed suicide.
Oh, has it?
Yeah, because my laptop got unplugged. There we go. We should be back. I'll let you go and have a piss, Charlie. Well, now that Arron's back.
Stream is still up on my YouTube, so.
Oh no, I mean the streaming quality would have dropped.
Right, well, I'm going to look. I'll be back in a sec.
Arron, what do you think of this lovely lady?
Fuck me.
Oh, don't be rude. She's beautiful.
Why do they always look like sex dolls?
I think that's the appeal. I'm pretty sure this is a Lucky Star audio, so I'm actually not going to play it because I think we will get copywritten.
Right.
So this is a woman, and Carl Benjamin. Oh, I didn't get it. Well, Carl Benjamin points out that this is the end of history. So I suppose the question to you, Arron, do you love the end of history?
Oh, it's magnificent. Unlike anything else in the world.
So while Charlie does his business, I'll ask you, what do you think of Carl Benjamin?
I've been watching him since about 2013, so I've got some fondness for him, but he does have some strange takes on occasion. Yeah.
So what one of the takes you find the strangest?
Like I remember he used to say about the British Empire, and he'd say, well, how it was. How he said that the English are being oppressed by the British Empire, and things like that.
Oh, I don't know what he's saying, but that sounds like the British are being oppressed by the legacy of the British Empire.
Yeah, which I don't agree with that at all. But it's he said things like that, and he's also what's the other one? He said a number of things over the years that they're escaping me now, but they're just weird things to say, especially somebody who's allegedly traditionalist and actual conservative. He just
Aye, just the odd weird thing to say.
Yeah.
What's happened?
Charlie, you're back. Charlie, do you think the English are oppressed by the British Empire?
They're oppressed by the shadow of it, I could say.
Damn. I did not think we'd have the same answer.
Did you want me to elaborate on that answer? Or...
No, that's exactly my position. So here we have an article written by Shona Craven. I recognize that name.
It's not a very good surname, is it?
No. So
Shona the coward.
For some reason, Shona Craven here has used me as some kind of example.
Example, yeah.
What does
I don't know why he doesn't
mean?
just say example. I don't know.
He has a bad tendency of trying to sound smart.
It probably has some fucking French influence. I know Carl likes to throw out a nice French word here and there.
Well, all Normans do.
Try and make himself sound intelligent.
Of a pickup artist influencer, and I really have no idea why. I've never, ever made any kind of content which revolves around being a pickup artist. Do I look like I've been maxing?
I mean, he has been on his keto diet, so he has been caring about what he looks like, to be fair.
He does look pretty good. I mean, I'll get a picture of him, but he does actually look pretty good as of late. He shared one recently. Yes, I mean he does look pretty good nowadays. What is this? You just got invited to the polygamous lunch where you learn how to dilate your new vagina. No, they got the fucking they got Megamind.
It's actually just looks. This is just a table of freaks.
Me and the homies.
What I really want to know what genetics end up giving you the head shape of a literal egg.
He's an egghead. He's actually a super genius, you know.
Is he an Aryan super soldier?
He's an Aryan.
Is this the superior race that Hitler had envisioned?
But yes, he is an image of Carl. He looks really good nowadays.
Yeah, well, yeah, he looks a lot better than he used to. Like, if you look at him back in like 2016, 2015, he looks really fat and greasy.
Yeah, see,
He
he was a
he
coward
he
for
re-
losing that.
he really has worked off the Reddit neckbeard look.
Ah, see, a weak man, a real man embraces the neckbeard. I didn't choose the neckbeard; it chose me. Do I look like a tired, married, middle-aged father who wants things to be better for his children? Obviously, Shona did not ask me for a comment or anything of the sort. No idea what the purpose of this lie is. Very peculiar. Now, Charlie, what's your first... Before reading anything else, what is your first thought when seeing this?
Well, Carl definitely has cultivated an audience in terms of talking about men's issues. But I wouldn't call him part of the manosphere because I said this just a moment ago. The manosphere is more sort of Andrew Tate sort of stuff. I mean, Carl refers to himself as a believer in the ideology of dadism. Which I do think you can say is something a bit different. It's still addressing the topic of men's issues, but he gives a different answer to something like Andrew Tate, where it's all materialism.
He's a lot more spiritual instead of simply materialism.
Yeah.
And this is what I sort of referred to earlier, whereas I say like Andrew Tate is a product of feminism. It works within the feminist mindset or the leftist mindset of materialism. Because I was talking with John, to a socialist, the other day, and we were talking about how immigration's bad for the economy. And John said, yeah, but it's not really about the economy, it's about culture. And I just turned to him and I said, look, John, this man's a socialist. What is culture to a socialist? That means nothing to him.
No, as far as there's concerned, all humans are just replaceable numbers on a spreadsheet.
Exactly. And I think Andrew Tate kind of he buys into this. And again, he's not like an ideological guy. Like, he's not a smart guy. He's just not retarded in the same sense as feminists are. But anyway,
Well, his only view on the world is very materialistic because he lives a very materialistic life.
yeah. And to be fair, if your dad cheated on your wife, on your mum, I'd imagine you'd probably be a bit closed off, wouldn't you?
Probably a bit.
Now, Arron, when you read this, what is your first thought?
That she has no idea who she's talking about. Because you can make criticisms of Carl Benjamin, but being a pickup artist is not one of them.
So,
what even is a pickup artist?
It's those guys that like sell courses online to teach you how to pick up women.
Oh, well, no, yeah, he's obviously not that, is he?
If you the viewer want to know how to pick up women, if you join the Discord link in the description to join the CWO, we'll give you a tutorial on how to get with a crippled queen. But now Cyber Fury, he commented and he said, Sargon, can I get a refund on your course? I took her to Applebee's and showed her my Chaos Marines like you showed, but still no dice. Now Carl responded, dismaying this by saying, ridiculous story. No woman would turn that down. You must have forgotten your codex or something. And that's an important lesson. Don't forget your codex. It's over, okay? She'll walk out there. Personally, I'm an Age of Sigmar kind of guy, okay? Women love my dwarfs. They love them. Big fan of them. But if you forget your codex, it's over. You might as well not even have went. But when I looked at this...
Nothing like a bit of Warhammer 40k to pick the women up.
Absolutely. That's how you know she's worth it as well. Now, my first thought was, Sargon, how would I pick up a French woman in a wheelchair who may or may not be Algerian? Now, I've seen Carl's new...
French woman, Algerian.
Well, she may or may not be Algerian. She may or may not be. Now, unfortunately, Sargon has not gotten back to me, so I'm still maidenless. 'Tis a tragedy, but you know, it's the plight of man, I suppose. So we'll read her tweet and then we'll read the article. I forgot the name of the article. The toxic influence of pickup artists, anti-feminists, and look maxers. This is me. Forums have been leaking into real-life situations for years. I know because I've been meeting men they've influenced for the past 15 years. So, gentlemen, out of us three, who's who? Who's the anti-feminist? Who's the looks maxer? And who's the pickup artist?
Well, first I got to ask, Arron, do you have a maiden?
No.
Right. Well, I'm the pickup artist then.
I would actually argue you're the looks maxer because I've seen you in femboy clothing, and unironically, so I actually think you're the looks maxer.
You've seen my legs in like pink thigh highs.
Arron, why don't you hit us with some of your riz? Let's see if you're the pickup artist.
I haven't got any riz, so I'm definitely not a pickup artist.
What Warhammer army do you collect?
None.
Oh, he's got no riz. You're the anti-feminist.
No. Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, I collect figurines of anime characters. Does that count?
Nah, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. It has to be miniatures. Right. So
I love Connor's comment there. Most pickup artists spend their Saturday nights painting Warhammer miniatures. After all,
that's so true. That's very true. Calvin Rob. Arron, did I ever tell you the time I was racist against Calvin Robbins?
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
So he posted an image of him as a Ben on Instagram, and do you know how he's black? Well, he's brown.
Well, yeah, I can physically see that on him.
Arron, are you?
I just put something in the chat.
Oh,
Or you, Raz.
What? Oh, hang on. I'm gonna check on my phone. Let's see what horrific message I'm gonna see.
It's not that bad.
It's not terrible.
Oh, the anticipation. I've just got TND.
Oh no, put it in the
Discord.
In the Discord.
Oh, in the Discord. Okay. Actual truth. Get that woman in a wheelchair, and we are talking. In fact, I'm going to show that on stream. I completely lost where I was. Oh yes, when I was racist to Calvin Robbins. So, do you know how Calvin's dark-skinned?
He's black, yes.
Yeah. Well, this is my wife. Actual truth. Well, apparently, when he was a Ben, he was a lot lighter skin. So I saw the image of him lighter as a child, and I said, "Reverse Michael Jackson." And he responded to it. He responded to my post. I was stunned. So he's actually.
What did he say?
In fact, I can find it. I had it. I've got no messages here that I can't show, so it should be fine. Ignore this. It's slow. It's very slow. It's 2 frames an hour.
Your computer is awful.
It's not normally this bad. Is Instagram down or something?
Don't think so. Look at my phone.
Oh well, he said something comedic. But now we move on.
Instagram's working.
No, that is genuinely tragic.
Judging by this wonderful harlot on my screen.
Right. So, manosphere influence on youth is no new phenomenon. UKIP's Carl Benjamin speaks in Weymouth. It's weird to call him UKIPs. He hasn't been in UKIP for ages now. Charlie, I'll let you read this section and I'll read after that.
Hang on. My throat is very dry. It must have been at least 15 years ago when I first encountered a wannabe pickup artist. The setting was a bar in Glasgow, and the context was the aftermath of a speed dating night where my friends had taken part in. Online dating sites existed, but were viewed with healthy suspicion. I doubt anyone present owned a smartphone. Many of the speed daters had hung around afterwards, including a chap at our table who engaged in a lively conversation with one of the women. Is that... How far did you want me to?
Oh, man, I was waiting for you to read that, but I didn't actually read it, so I didn't know. It was just nothing.
That's about another article.
Yeah. Overhearing part of it, I interjected. Excuse me. I said, are you negging? Arron, what does negging mean?
As far as I can tell, it's criticising a woman to try and get her attention or something along those lines, or get her to change something in them.
Right. Smart idea, actually. I might try that.
That's what it is.
He looked stunned. It clearly had not occurred to him that anyone, let alone a random eavesdropping woman, you did not have to clarify eavesdropping. You could have just said woman. Would cotton on to what he was up to. What he was trying to do was make a subtle dig, a negative comment in the hopes his target would take the bait and seek to prove him wrong by engaging further. That is genius. Bro, that is genius. It's not going to work, but it's genius.
Could you improve that?
Well, probably not, but I mean, if you... I don't understand why women are so hostile to men just trying to get relationships with other women. Like, why are you so hostile towards this idea?
It's always the ugly women as well. Like, you'll go to the pub and start talking to an attractive woman, and her obese friend will come over and try and get in the way of your conversation.
I've seen videos of that, and then like in the comments, like it's a bunch of women saying, "No, she was uncomfortable." Unless I'm blind, that woman was not uncomfortable. A land whale tackled her to the ground, carried her off to another castle. That woman's been kidnapped. Okay, it's outrageous. I'll try. So there's an image of her. I know it's pretty like low quality. What do we reckon? I have never seen a woman like this outside of an English lesson.
Yeah, I was about to say, this looks like some sort of English teacher, or like this looks like the girl who was like the nerdy one in school.
Yeah, so maybe this is a case of like a lesser attractive woman sort of like trying to ensure other women are miserable. Misery loves company, you know? His response confirmed my suspicion. He knew exactly what I was referring to, and that was exactly what he was doing. He really shouldn't have been so confident of getting away with it, since the tactics of pickup artistry had been detailed in a 2005 book by Neil Strauss called The Game. It was a New York Times bestseller, and the author's promotional tour included a branch of Borders books just around the corner from where we sat. There's so much in this one paragraph.
Sorry, mate. I read a book, and you seem kind of like the dickhead in the book.
Well, I mean, first of all, he really should have been so confident in getting away with it. He didn't murder her. Like, why are we talking like he's some like hardened criminal trying to get away with a crime? He's trying to talk to a woman. It is the fact that
It was the book comment that just made me go, right, yeah, this is bollocks.
Oh, this reminds me of this book. Like, what? Like this. Women need to stop reading so many books. The problem is, like, they read too many books and they don't know anything outside of books anymore. And like all of the books they have now are like really shit, like romances.
They read shit romances on books on like, oh, here's a scummy man. Like, okay. And then they try and attribute that man to people they know in real life.
Exactly. The only woman that reads that is respectable is a Fujoshi. Again, the Discord is in the description. I'm 6 foot, by the way. It was about 10 years ago when I first heard the pseudonym Sargon of Akkad shouted in my ear and then scrawled onto a business card that was handed to me by a guy as he waited to order drinks in a nightclub. He told me he'd be interested in my thoughts on it. On it? Jeez. on it.
Imagine this is how you learn of this man. Someone mentioned it to you and then wrote it on a business card and said, "Hey, look into this guy. I want to know what you think of it."
I would be incredibly interested.
Yeah, fair enough.
The account was run by Carl Benjamin, a far-right anti-feminist provocateur. This woman, you're not French, speak English. Who went on to stand as UKIP candidate in the 2019 European Parliament elections. His videos have been viewed more than 15 million times, but he deleted most of them after YouTube removed his ability to make money from its platform.
I think YouTube actually removed most of the videos themselves, to be fair.
No, they didn't. He removed most of the videos, and then he went back to YouTube saying, "Look, most of the videos are gone now. Can I get monetized again?" And then they told him to go fuck himself. So he did actually remove them. It's weird phrasing, but then I don't expect her to know all the details, so I guess that's fine. Oh, I love this woman. This happened in 2019 after police launched an investigation into misogynistic comments he had made about Labour MP Jess Phillips.
I wouldn't even rape you.
Yeah, okay, it says that. I was checking to make sure it was actually said, otherwise I'd mention it. A hate mob has been stirred up against me, claimed Benjamin, suggesting demonetization was related to his political candidacy. I mean, that's not entirely what he's suggesting, but I guess he wouldn't object to that framing, so it's fine. He was also suspended from Twitter, where several years earlier, after Phillips had posted about received rape and death threats online, he had responded to her with, "I wouldn't even rape you." I always found this weird, because,
To a woman, this is devastating.
Is it?
Well, because what he's saying is you're so ugly, I wouldn't even rape you.
Right, we've got to use this a lot more often, lads. This is how we pick up women. See, this entire segment is just learning how to pick up women. In fact, what was the last thing you... No, never mind. I don't know what the last thing you sent me, Charlie, was. In 2022, after Elon Musk bought Twitter and rebranded it as X, the Sargon of Akkad account was reinstated. Nothing bad? Okay.
Unless Mosey's bad.
Nah, Mosey's not bad. There we go. Impeccable, Riz. I'm no anthropologist, combining through the darkest corners of the internet looking for the next moral panic to fret about. These men are out there, in the wild, and it's been clear to me. Have I missed something? Rebranded. Okay, she's... No. Okay. I was confused because we were talking about Twitter and now we're talking about men hunting women in the streets. I was very confused. It was a very big jump. And it's been clear to me for many years that online content is negatively shaping how men think about women and making them feel like their anger and resentment can be harnessed into legitimate political action. Again, you created this monster. You created the hostility against you. Men didn't always hate women. This is a new thing. There's nothing new about teenage boys feeling aggrieved about not being able to get girlfriends. Or indeed,
notably not a teenage boy. In fact, a man in his, 50s, is he?
He's getting
40s.
40s, 50, yeah, 40. A man in his 40s who's married with 4 kids.
The term incel means nothing anymore. Or indeed dehumanizing the objects of their affection. But when I was at school, there were no sprawling online communities telling them they were entitled to be angry, that feminism was to blame for their problems, or that self-harm or violence towards others might be justified course of action. I don't think anyone's pro self-harm. I don't know what community she's looking around, but
maybe the trans community.
Well, maybe. A common turf moment, lads. There was certainly no such thing as look maxing, communities in which men brutally assess each other's looks and give advice on becoming more attractive. Last month, a group of 5 Canadian academics...
Right now.
Are you mute? We've all got a mute. We've all got a mute while we read this. A group of 5 Canadian academics published an article titled "When Help Is Harm: Health Lookism and Lookism." Yo, shout out to our friends Lookism and self-improvement in the manosphere. Their findings are simultaneously enraging and heartbreaking. The study analyzed more than 8,000 comments on forums on a look-maxing website that receives millions of views each month. 90% of them would have been Indian. What they found was a toxic zoo of misogyny, racism, homophobia, and ableism. Well, yeah, Indian. In which men seeking advice are subjected to what the author calls a masculine demoralization. This is a significant academic understatement. The comments are absolutely brutal. Charlie, I'll let you read the rest. Bro is actually taking a fag right now.
I feel my vape. Advice for improvements includes everything from losing weight or growing a beard right up to facial surgeries and breaking bones. Some men are told that even if they take such steps, they may never exceed subhuman status, and therefore suicide is their only option.
I
wouldn't.
I'll pause it right there. So subhuman. So women view unattractive men as subhuman. That's what they're referring to. What they're saying is women will never look at you as if you're human. You should kill yourself now. A bit of a harsh bit of criticism. Back in the old day, we used to just get a big rock, a big stick, hit a woman over the head and take her back to your cave. That might work. It's not been tried in a while. I don't know if the strat still works, if it's been patched. But Charlie, please continue.
Patched. The pipeline going from self-improvement, health and fitness, and advice for inspiring entrepreneurs to the most toxic content on the internet is a short one. It's easy for parents to say, my son wouldn't get involved in any of this awful stuff, but the 2 young men I encountered years ago were somebody's sons. Young men I've spoken to... What, is she implying that the people she met like 15 years ago are the same as these kinds of people?
Yeah.
Right. Young men I've spoken to recently say the content finds its way onto the feeds of their friends, even if they haven't gone looking for it. The solution? Positive role models and a society...
Sorry, Charlie, can you read that last line again, please?
Young men I've spoken to recently say the content finds its way onto the feeds of their friends, even if they haven't gone looking for it.
That is genuinely my excuse for having femboy stuff on my Instagram, by the way. Just for the record. Like, I know for a fact they're bullshitting because I say the same thing.
Thanks for highlighting that it was an excuse.
Keep reading.
The solution? Positive role models and a society-wide rejection of harmful sex stereotypes. If parents don't wise up to what their sons are being subjected to now, God only knows what fresh horrors will await in another 15 years' time.
So, the solution. So, Arron, what do you make of the solution?
Not much, to be honest. The same thing they've been saying for years.
And I think we can all agree that just has not been working.
No.
Well, wait, just give me a second. I've got to find a picture.
So, while Charlie finds that image...
I can tell you, right? The only kinds of people who are on these forums and taking these things genuinely are people like this. I've sent it to you.
Yo, literally me.
It's literally only people with that physique.
Yeah, it's just the chuds of society. But we don't tolerate anti-chud propaganda on this podcast, Charlie. Come on, the chud is a respectable soldier. He was rejected by the tribe, but he still wishes to defend and fight for the tribe. Like, he's the hero of this story, Charlie. Come on, we can't be insulting him. This is a beautiful man.
I mean, I'm not really insulting him. I'm saying he should start looks maxing, but I think saying you're subhuman, you should kill yourself immediately is probably a bit far.
He needs to start mewing. Get the chin up in order.
Yeah, there's a certain lack of chin here.
Mm-hmm. So, what do we make of the manosphere's influence on youth is no new phenomenon by Shona Craven?
Load of bollocks.
I mean, targeting the wrong guy, especially.
Yeah, like I can tell like this wasn't really well made because, like I said, we go from the Sargon of Akkad account was reinstated. I'm no anthropologist, combating through the darkest corners of the internet, moral panic. These men are out here in the wild. Like, well, hang on. What's this got to do with
Darkest
Twitter?
corners of the internet, Carl Benjamin.
Bro, she would have a panic attack if she watched one of our streams. So, yes. So, I'm going to ask you all now. How confident are you that you could pick up a woman after reading this article?
Well, I've already got one, so.
Yeah, but what if like you got like a younger model?
Well, I don't really try and pick up women until I know a bit about them, honestly.
Respectable. What about you, Arron? How confident, now that you've read the what's the title again? The manosphere influence on youth is no new phenomenon. How confident are you that you could safely enchant a maiden?
My confidence has gone through the roof. It is, yeah.
Same right here, brother. Same right here. Same time next week, we're gonna have a harem of women. They're gonna look at us and they're gonna think we're Muslims with the amount of women we're gonna have.
We've got 72 virgins.
72 virgins. Half of them men, but that's okay. So, Arron, your area of expertise has arisen. The Fabian Society. Now, I'll give a little brief understanding of what I know of it, and I'll let you, the expert, take the lead. So, the Fabian Society are a secret organization that have basically infiltrated the socialist community, specifically the Labour Party, and are now working from the shadows to undo English society through Labour.
Well, there's nothing secret about them. They've been open from the very beginning about their membership and what they want to do and how they want to do it. And they haven't so much infiltrated the Labour Party as they helped found it.
So they've been there
And
since
their
the start?
relation. Yeah, they were there when the Labour Representation Committee was founded in 1900, and they two of the most important Fabians in the sort of first generation, the Sydney and Beatrice Rep, were the ones who drafted elements of the Labour Party constitution that was adopted in 1918. So the Fabians have been really sort of integral to the Labour Party. In fact, of the 6 Labour Prime Ministers we've had, only one of them hasn't been a Fabian.
Oh, so is Keir Starmer a Fabian?
Yes, he is. The only Labour Prime Minister that wasn't a Fabian was Jim Callaghan. All the others were.
Even Tony Blair?
Yep, Blair was. In fact, New Labour, as is Keir Starmer's political ideology, is a product of the Fabian Society.
But you said we only had 6 Labour PMs.
Yeah, yep, there's Attlee, Wilson, Callaghan, Blair, Brown, and now Starmer.
So few PMs, they really fucking left a left a fucking impact, haven't they? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I thought it was more than that.
Yeah, and in terms of Labour leaders, again, the majority of those have been, I think it's about 13 of the Labour leaders since it was founded since it began the Labour Party in 1906, have been members of the Fabian Society, as well as huge numbers of cabinet ministers and senior party officials. It's that the Fabian Society and the Labour Party are heavily integrated, and this is not, again, it's not been a secret at all. If you go back and read any history of the Labour Party starting to the 30s, they all mention the Fabian Society, and if you read any of the memoirs or autobiographies of early Labour leaders, they all mention the Fabian Society itself and the fact they were members, all the Fabians were involved with the Labour Party. So it's not the Fabian Society, as I say, has never been a secret. It's a party that's openly acting in terms of what it wants to do and within the Labour Party. And it's one of the most influential political societies in modern Britain, really. You've never had a Conservative equivalent or a right-wing equivalent. That is, though, mostly because the Conservative Party, being the major party of the right in Britain since the 1830s, has never been a fundamentally ideological party. And so they don't see the need for a sort of counterweight to the Fabians. Because Fabian Society is obviously a deeply ideological society, and the Conservatives are fundamentally not ideological, except when they need to be. So, occasions when Thatcher would be one of them, or Enoch Powell, or Lord Salisbury. But the rest of the time they're not, and so they are very wary of ideological groups.
So, are the Fabians international socialists?
They're technically democratic socialists. The relationship with international socialism, particularly communism, is sort of varies over the years. So the first sort of generation of Fabian Society, so that particularly that's the Webbs, H.G. Wells, George Bernard Shaw, and a number of others, are very sympathetic to communism. In fact, the Webbs write a book in the 1930s, the first edition, which is called "The Soviet Union, Soviet Communism, Soviet Communism, a Civilization?" And then when they did the book again, the second edition, they removed the question mark. They were absolute sort of useful idiots for the Soviet Union. And George Bernard Shaw was wrote for I think it was the British Communist Party's magazine, and obviously H.G. Wells for quite a long time until the mid-30s was sympathetic to the Soviets, and so they at that point are sympathetic to communism. The second generation, so that's during the interwar period, they become anti-communist, but they're still democratic socialists, and they move sort of to the right of the party. And so by the 40s and 50s, they're firmly on the Labour right, and then by the 70s and into the 80s, they move into sort of beyond the sort of left and right within the Labour Party and end up in sort of the third way, New Labour area. And obviously it's in the Fabian Society that sort of New Labour really develops, and all of New Labour's ideas, before they get put into policies, are discussed in the Fabian Society by Bear Brown and the people around them and their advisors.
So this is basically like the group of people who run the Labour Party.
Essentially, yeah. If the leader's not a member of the Fabian Society, the deputy leader will be, and the shadow cabinet or cabinet ministers or senior cabinet officials will be members of the Fabian Society.
If you look there on the Wikipedia page, it says their purpose. It says to promote greater equality of power, wealth, and opportunity, the value of collective action and public service, an accountable, tolerant, and active democracy, citizenship, liberty, and human rights, sustainable development, and multilateral international cooperation. I mean, that just reads like a bunch of communism to me.
Yeah, international.
But it's more up the top there, to promote greater equality of power, wealth, and opportunity. That just sounds like redistribution of wealth, power.
Yeah.
Well,
absolutely. Yeah.
Just redistribution, basically, which is socialism.
Yeah, and I think that description of their purpose is that's not just true today. That's probably I would argue that's been true of the Fabian Society since it was founded in the 1880s.
Is that what it says there? To promote greater equality of power, wealth, and opportunity, not the definition Anita Sarkeesian gave of wokeism.
Very similar, yeah.
Yeah. The
They
woke
def-
society.
So it is just a woke society. So why is Keir Starmer not a member then?
Oh no, he is.
Oh, I thought you said
It's
Keir Starmer.
he.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, he is a member. It was Jim Callaghan who wasn't a member. Jim Callaghan was Prime Minister in the late 70s, from 76 to 79. He was the Prime Minister immediately before Thatcher.
And why was he not one then?
Well, he was unusual. He was working class, and he came up through the trade union movement. He was in the Royal Navy during the Second World War, and I believe he got elected in 1945 with the support of the Seamen's Union, I think. And so he came through the trade union movement. And one of the things that people need to understand about the Labour Party is that when it was set up, there were sort of two wings of the left that set it up. You had the side, the sort of Fabian Society side of the left, and then you had the sort of trade union anti-poverty left. And there's always been a sort of fight between the two, because the sort of anti-poverty trade union left that Callaghan represented was definitely they wanted to help the working class. They had no interest in overturning the table, as it were. They merely wanted a seat at the table, and they were that side of the left, and that part of the left, the part of the Labour Party, which sadly no longer exists. It was deeply patriotic, very proud of the British Empire, strong supporters of the monarchy. They just wanted more government spending on the poorest and a bit of high taxation. Whereas the Fabian Society are, from the very beginning, and their influence on the left sees the absolute radical change to society through gradual means.
So was James Callaghan not a terrible prime minister then?
No, well, people accuse him of being one. I don't agree. I think he was a competent prime minister at a bad time, like with Edward Heath, who I actually don't have much time for. I don't have much time for him what he did, but I don't regard him as incompetent. Like Callaghan, he was in at the wrong time. 70s were just a bad decade. Full stop.
So would it be fair to say that Labour was formed with the Fabians and the trade unions, and now now New Labour is sort of the Fabians have won? They've defeated the trade unions, so now they've secured dominance.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, when the Labour Party is formed, it takes them until the Labour Party is formed initially as the Labour Representation Committee in 1900, then it becomes the Labour Party in 1906. But it isn't until you get the Fabian written constitution in 1918 that Labour Party officially becomes a democratic socialist party. The trade unions are consistently opposed in the main to the idea of establishing a socialist party, because they regard it as undermining the interest of the labour movement, which really wasn't a socialist movement at that point. It was a mixture of liberals and Tories, and they had very little interest in socialism at all, and in many cases they were quite anti-socialist.
So how did the Fabians win? How did they defeat the trade unions?
Oh well, their power grew over the decades, and then when Thatcher came in, because she took on the unions, because they had got out of control. The Fabians left, just let that, didn't try and stand up for the unions, and so they took over the place of the unions, and the sort of union supported the Labour Party.
They just let the Tories destroy the unions, and then they just filled in the power vacuum.
Yeah.
So, do we think Margaret Thatcher should have left the unions as they were, and instead dealt with the Fabians instead? Because it sounds like the unions weren't as bad.
No, the unions need to be reined in, because they'd gone too far with the winter and discontent and the stuff that had gone on in the 70s. So they were. What she did was necessary. Actually, it should have been done and was almost done by the Wilson government in the late 60s, but ironically enough, Jim Callaghan vetoed it with what was called a green paper called In Place of Strife in 69. But what she did was necessary at that point. It was more what was going on within the Labour Party itself. than what Thatcher did fundamentally. Was it what you saw from the late 60s is that the Fabians and the New Left are essentially beginning a process that sort of ends with Jeremy Corbyn of the middle classisation of the Labour Party. And obviously the middle classes aren't overly interested in the working classes, and so they're not overly interested in the trade unions. And so that's what does it. Thatcher's taking on the unions was fundamentally just an event that they happened to take advantage of.
So, something I find interesting is the fact that they're cartoonishly evil. Why is this their logo?
It's because they were trying to be clever.
But they do understand, like, portraying themselves as the wolf in sheep's clothing. Because when I look at this, I think they are the wolf wearing the Labour Party as clothing.
Oh yeah, that's exactly why they went on to change it, because they thought because it had negative connotations.
Oh, so this isn't the current one.
No, I think this was changed in about the 1890s, I think.
Right. So the mask slipped, but they quickly put it back on.
Yeah.
What is it now?
Now it's just that if you look at the top, that's the Fabian Society logo. Now it's just that.
It's plain.
Yeah.
Yeah, very corporate.
Well, the corporations are. I heard the corporations are socialist inherently, so it makes sense.
Corporatism.
Exactly. So what happened to the trade unions then? So did they move to a new party, or did they just sort of like cease to exist?
Well, the unions, they still exist and they still have some power within the Labour Party, but because the Fabians have taken over the upper reaches by effectively indoctrinating whoever comes into sort of senior positions in the Labour Party, they haven't got much power. The unions are there, but they are no longer the power that they were in, say, the 70s within the Labour Party, or even the 80s.
Was Jeremy Corbyn a Fabian?
No, he wasn't. No, I didn't actually know that until relatively recently, but he was not a Fabian. He isn't. He's very odd as a Labour figure, but he's not a Fabian. I don't think his mentor Tony Benn was a Fabian either. I may be wrong about that, but I don't think he was.
I wouldn't say he's part of the trade union branch either, is he?
No.
He's
So
his
was
own
he
thing. He's just straight up communism.
So was he like a third thing that sort of appeared to try and rival the Fabians, but failed?
Yeah, pretty much.
I would imagine he sort of just came out of nowhere and then just like got fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So was Oswald Mosley a Fabian?
I think he might well have been, yes. I don't know for sure, but that very much fits with his time in the Labour Party. And he was, his memorandum that he gives to Ramsay MacDonald in 1930, calling for effectively Keynesian sort of economic intervention, was something that the Fabians at the time were very supportive of. And so I think he may well have been.
The more I hear about Oswald Mosley, the more cringe he becomes.
Mosley apparently was a committed Fabian in the 1920s and the start of the 1930s. Yeah.
That very much makes sense.
Which, yeah, does then make sense of him being a socialist.
So I just saw the word sexology. Among them, poets Edward John Carper and John Davidson, sexologist Havelock Ellis, and early socialist Edward R. Pease. They wanted to transform society by setting an example of clean, simplified living for others to follow. Some members also wanted to become politically involved to aid society's transformation. They set up a separate society, the Fabian Society. All members were free to attend both societies. The Fabian Society additionally advocated renewal of Western European Renaissance. I thought I said resistance. Ideas and their promulgation throughout the world. So were the trade unions not originally just like set up like or funded by the Soviet Union? It's like weren't they also just like very like commie like leaning?
No, they start in technically they started in the 1820s and the 30s. They are legalized in the 1870s, and they are actually they are collective bargaining tools for workers in sort of big industries. They are not particularly political. That's one reason. As I say, that's one reason why they were resistant to socialism, because they saw that as a partisan sort of stance that would undermine the labour movement, and so they don't truly become properly political until just before the First World War and into the 20s, and even then, they are very much, as I said, the part of that anti-poverty left, very patriotic, very pro-empire, and very pro-monarchy, right through into up until relatively recently. And there have always been communists within the trade unions, but the big sort of trade union bosses really did fight them, like Sir Walter Citrine, who was General Secretary of the Trade Unions Congress in the 30s. He spent the 1920s and 30s with future Labour Prime Secretary Ernie Bevin kicking the communists out of the trade unions in the interwar period. So it's the infiltration of communists and so far left within the trade union movement has been, up until the 1970s and 80s, very limited, and even then, in the 70s and 80s, because of what was going on elsewhere in politics, they had very little influence to the unions.
So
all I'm saying is, with the exception of the trade unions, just seems like a bunch of communists to me.
Well, it makes sense, because it makes sense why Labour grew so much then, if like the trade unions were sort of why the poor people went to vote for them, and the Fabian Society were why the mentally ill socialists voted for them. And
Yeah,
I
they
feel
had
like
built a bit of a coalition.
And I feel like if a lot of like poor people, like, because I'd imagine like nobody knows about this. I'd imagine this is like, obviously you say it's not hidden, but I imagine nobody really knows about this. So I'd imagine like if like more people are made aware of the fact that the Fabians and the trade unions were not the same people, then the Labour Party would lose a lot of its support by virtue of the fact that they voted for the trade unions and they are no longer in the party. So, like, why would they vote for a foreign party?
Well, the British working class is turning away from Labour because they can see that Labour does not care about the working class.
I think if more people should know this, because frankly it is sort of basic history of British politics. But if more people do learn about it, and I hope they do, it will probably just confirm what they already know. So though I've got to say, I'm really surprised how few people know this, since it's all out there. And if you pick up any sort of reasonably popular history of the Labour Party, it's all in there.
Well, I think the problem a lot of people on the right have is that like the history for them doesn't start until Tony Blair, and the left aren't any better because history for the left don't start till like Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah.
So I think like prior to Margaret Thatcher and Tony Blair, like it gets very murky. But saying that, there is someone here called Northumbriensis, that's it. Fabianism poisoned British socialism. A reinvented British socialism needs to be pro-worker, populist, staunchly anti-immigration, and radical in the 19th century sense. We need to destroy the United Kingdom and its institutions. No class harmony, but class annihilation. Now, this, I believe, is the sort of the National Socialist perspective. Am I right?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Like, yeah, National Socialism, fascism, in that sort of realm.
Which brings me to, so would it be fair to say that the unions were National Socialist by virtue of being, very lower class and, well, yeah, just being lower class, and obviously
Well,
being trade unions?
They're certainly nationalist socialists, shall we say?
Yeah. It's so I don't like the term national, because you say international socialist, you don't say internationalist socialist.
Yeah.
So it feels weird only putting the ist at the end of the national one. I understand why, obviously, because Hitler coined National Socialist.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think it's fair to say there's socialists who are nationalists, but they aren't Nazis.
Yeah, like fascists.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even call them fascists, just like...
What about fascists are like
Yeah,
non-Nazi National Socialists?
Yeah, well... This
I
is
would
the
argue
issue
not.
when you have an ideology that has about 1,500 different flavours of the same thing.
Well, yeah.
And I'd argue that outside of Mosley's lot, fascism really didn't take in Britain, especially among the trade unions. It's fundamentally a foreign import.
Yeah. But yeah, it does also explain why, like, a lot of the early Labour stuff, like, doesn't seem like openly globalist. Because that's something I did notice. Like, a lot of like the early Labour stuff wasn't like absolutely cringe like it is now, and it makes sense that like it was arguably two parties like masquerading as one.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So Charlie. No,
sorry.
please. No, please.
I was just going to say, quite a lot of the early Labour leaders came from the Liberal Party. So, Ramsay MacDonald, who was the first Prime Minister, and Philip Snowden, who was the Chancellor in the first two Labour governments, both start out as activists for the Liberal Party, and then they join via their trade union connections the Labour Party.
So I may not
Didn't
know.
the Labour Party end up destroying the Liberal Party, though?
Yes, because it was Herbert Gladstone, William Gladstone's son, who was Labour chief whip in 1904. 1904, 1904, did a pact with the Labour Party where the Liberals agreed not to stand in certain constituencies, and that's what, when the 1906 general election comes around, give the Labour Party its big sort of boost. And from there, they just start taking seats off the Liberals until 1922, when they become the second party. And though there isn't a pact after 1906, because the Liberals have opened the door for them, Labour just grow and grow.
Well, it's the typical socialism. Once the cancer's in, it just spreads.
So
it's all socialism, communism is. It's just a cancer.
So I've never understood with trade unions, like, why does the government care? Like, if trade unions exist or like they do stuff, like why is that any like why does the government care?
When they start basically muscling in on the government, that's when they care.
Yeah, but what can they do? Like, all they could do is like not go to work, and it's like, well, I mean, sure, but you need to eat, so you're gonna go back. You need to get paid.
Well, look at Birmingham right now.
Yeah. And look,
so is it
just don't look about where it is with the strikes, particularly the miners' strikes.
So it's just the case of it's a game of chicken, and the government always falls.
Most of the time, yeah.
But like,
Yeah, because
surely
when all the bin men just don't go to work and rubbish starts piling up on the street, the blame gets laid at the government for not treating workers correctly.
Yeah,
and not the workers who like are not doing their job.
Apparently not.
But like, I don't understand. 'Cause if I was in charge, Bill, I'd just say, right, well, there's shit everywhere now. You're not getting paid. You're going to starve. Like, I'd rather have shit in the streets for like a month than concede this amount of money to you. No. Like, it seems like the government has all the power, but they just like refuse to use it.
I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I know Margaret Thatcher dealt with it. I don't actually know the specifics of what she did around the trade unions, but
Just
Yeah,
send the military in.
Well, what it is, she changed the law, which is the law around what the strikes could, the way that they could strike, and they sort of they had to have a certain amount of it was the strikes, because before she came in, you could have sympathetic strikes. So if, say, the miners went on strike, the dockers could go on strike and the railwaymen could go on strike, and that could bring the whole country to a stop. And so she brought in legislation that stopped that. That had been legal in Britain since essentially the trade unions formed were legalised in the 1870s, but it hadn't really been done in a serious manner until the 70s. And that's what she put a stop to. And then during the miners' strike, she used the police a lot. She effectively brought police officers from London and other sort of sort of mining areas to sort of face up against the strikers. So she took on the strikers both legally and and physically, as it were, and that's what stopped it.
So did Margaret Thatcher believe the government represented the people?
Yes, pretty much, and she was, when she was taking on the miners in 84, 85, she was thinking back to the Heath government in 73, when the miners had gone on strike again, and they bought the government effectively paved to the miners, and she, like a lot of conservatives, senior conservatives in her government who'd witnessed that, thought, never again. That's the miners defeating the government. A trade union cannot defeat the government. We're the elected ones, they're not.
So is that why she got rid of the mines, or was that like only partly the reason?
Oh no, the mines were gotten rid of because they were nationalised, and they were seen as a national. They're a nationalised industry, and they were costing a fortune. A lot like the steel and all the other stuff. It was costing the government a fortune, and a taxpayer fortune, I should say. So that's what that happened. You probably would have had Thatcher, sort of Thatcher era legislation against the trade unions if Callaghan had won the 79 general election, because he had come around to the idea that the unions needed to be reined in, and he probably would have been willing to do it. But you wouldn't have had the denationalisation that you got under Thatcher.
So why didn't she just sell like the coal mines to like private companies instead of like abolishing them?
Oh, it's because partly because I think partly in her point of view, she was a bit of an environmentalist. She was the one who brought in the earliest bit of proper sort of modern environmental legislation. And I think that part of it is that, and also at the time, a lot of I don't think they could have sold them off. Actually, I think they were in such a state that nobody would buy them. If the government decided to modernise them first and bring them into effectively the 1980s and then sold them off, that would have worked. But I don't think. I think at that point, the Thatcher government thought the government had effectively put so much money in there, putting more money wouldn't work.
Yeah. So, Charlie, do you have any remaining questions?
No, that was a pretty good summary of the Fabian Society and pre-Tony Blair British politics, really.
It does fill in a lot of the gaps. Like I said, why like half the party seemed fine and the other half seemed like mentally ill. Well, I've seen they were obviously the trade unions, who generally speaking weren't ideological. I'm sure I did hear somewhere that like the Soviet Union like used trade unions to like push their goals. Or was that only in America?
No, they did do it in. They did do it in the 70s and 80s. Like during the miners' strike, the Soviets did send money to the NUM, but that was at least in the British trade union movement, that was a minority. certainly in the US, it took place. And I think that also, particularly in France, a lot of the French trade unions were very strongly communist. So much so that during the early Cold War, NATO had plans to deal with them if the Cold War went hot, because they were effectively regarded by the French state and NATO as a whole as a fifth column of the Soviet Union.
Imagine having a trade union in your country being the target of the fucking military alliance you're in because they're a fifth column. I mean that causes some fucking action, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, and that was so well known that if either of you ever read the original James Bond novel Casino Royale?
No.
I've not.
Well, in that, the reason why they're going after the chief is because he is the treasurer of one of the biggest communist trade unions in France.
Did they change it for the movie, or is it also true for that?
It's in the film he is funding terrorism, but in the book he's the treasurer for this trade union, and he's also on the payroll of a Soviet intelligence service called SMERSH. So that's why they're going after him. This is how well known it was. It's in a spy novel.
It says here, they had. So are these internal or these like breakaways that happened? The Fabians,
these are all
young Fabians.
Yeah, they're all internal, all elements within the Fabian society, by the looks of it, what I can see.
Influence on the political right. Yeah, this is just the liberals. Were the liberals right wing?
Under Gladstone, you could argue they were right wing, but they were sort of more centrist.
They'd be more like classical liberals as we would understand it today.
Yeah.
I'd say that's kind of right wing then. So, that was the Fabian Society. I think they should have stuck with this. I think it really gives home the point of what the Labour Party is. It is the corpse of a sheep, the corpse of a trade union. We'll say. I know at the time they were separate things. The Fabians hadn't defeated the trade unions yet, but I like to see this as the corpse of the trade unions being worn by an ideology of murder. And I think this is perfect. The Fabian Society was named after Fabius the Delayer. That is such a cool name. Oh, he's Roman. That makes sense. At the suggestion of Frank Podmore. I thought this was Fabius the Delayer. I thought, Jesus Christ, how did he get such a good name? But no, that makes sense. He's Frank Podmore.
I want to click on that, actually. I want to know who Fabius the Delayer is. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Quintus Fabius Maximus Verrucus. Yeah.
Yeah. He was the dictator of the Roman Republic during the Second Punic War. I didn't know people called him Fabius the Delayer, but I can tell you why they called him that without even reading this. And that's because he didn't want to fight Hannibal.
Oh, wait, so he was a coward?
Well, no, he didn't want to fight Hannibal because he knew he'd lose.
So why are they naming themselves after the coward, after not fighting your enemy?
Well, there also seems to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, so they appear to be more interested in fighting from the shadows than
that is true.
An actual fight.
That is very true and right, Charlie. I'll ask you any final questions on the Fabian Society.
No, but Fabius the Delayer is a really funny name, considering it was his tactics that actually won them the war.
Oh, so it worked.
Well, yeah, because the Romans fought like 4 battles against Hannibal and lost every single time, increasingly worse as well. So he got in control and was like, okay, we're not going to fight this guy because we're just going to lose another army. And obviously the Roman people, being very militaristic, wanted to basically just throw themselves at Hannibal as quickly as they possibly could. and he was just sitting there saying, like, no, we're not doing that. We're just going to lose.
But did this strategy not win them the first Punic Wars, where they just like lost like 7 navies, but just kept building them?
Yes, but Hannibal was even worse. The Second Punic War caused Rome to lose something like 30% of their male population.
Jesus.
Like, Rome was really good at just raising armies and just throwing them at the enemy continuously until they won.
Righty. So, that was the Fabian... I did not think the Fabian Society would be so interesting, I'm going to be honest. That is a massive bit of... I think we should probably look more into, like, the 90s. Like, the 1900s. Because a lot seems to have been happening.
It's also interesting hearing some genuine politics and not woke bullshittery.
Yeah, I'm not used to it. Charlie's just happy he's having a political discussion that doesn't revolve around the Normans for the 800th time.
No.
Though
Or
I
you
will say,
talking to me about who's brown. Apparently Scandinavians are brown.
I will stand by that. I will say, the Fabian Society seems to be the Norman, a personification of the Normans, whereas the trade unions were the Anglo-Saxons. And unfortunately, similar to the Battle of 1066, the Normans did seem to win. So we should fight the Fabians in honor of our Anglo-Saxon fathers. So, that is the end of Back to the Witan, episode 37. Now, Arron, where can people find you?
Well, they can find me on my YouTube channel, which is at Arron James Hook. And I'm also on X as Arron Hook, so you'll find me there.
Is this the right one, actually? I need to check.
Just have a look. Just wait a second. Yeah, that's all fine. Yeah, that's all right.
And Charlie, I'll let you do the outro as per usual.
A special thanks to the many members of the Fabian Society for generously sponsoring and bankrolling this video. You're all truly wonderful.
Right, and that's about it. My heart goes out to you, Tra. Oh, hang on, if my mouse work. There we go.